Lights taking effect. Nice cool afternoon it has been.
As Fahim Ashraf, the two left-handers, actually all three left-handers, and they have capability to hit big balls. So Pakistan in a decent position. Run rate still under 5. So these two, I feel, gonna still stay out there maybe for another 6 overs or more if they can.
That's when those players you mentioned become effective. You don't want them coming in early and be forced to build an innings. They are the type of players who can come in and finish an innings, and that's where the next 6 overs is crucial. Janit Lianage. His first 6 overs were pretty good. Sri Lanka's 5th bowler so far of 8 overs has gone for 45. 2 more overs. Needed a partnership. They've got it. It's 69 off 78. Salman Ali Agha is being the aggressor though. But quietly, Hussein Talat finding the boundary.
And if as a batsman you commit to yourself,
and now looking very confident.
Late, picked the gap nicely. Fielder gave it his best, but it was hit so beautifully. I like the way they're looking to rotate strike, not only looking to hit boundaries, but also just pushing for runs, the singles and twos. 9 of the over so far. It's been a good over for Pakistan. Salman Ali Agha approaching his 50 at a good rate. And that's what Pakistan were looking for someone to not only score run, but score run quickly.
This is good. Hit the gaps, run hard. Well, 10 off that over. 37 ball, 172 for 4. We thought it was a struggle earlier on. Well, it was. The run rate rarely getting above 3. Somehow it crept up to 4. But in the last 7 overs, 53 runs. Salman Aliaga and Hussein Talat. And it's been risk-free. It's a lot to do with hitting the gaps and running hard. Just that intent. Turning things around. Sri Lanka's over rate also pretty slow. Half century. Really well played. Under pressure, Salman Aliaga. His 19 ODIs. First against Sri Lanka and a crucial one.
Not the first time he's done this job. Batting down the order and plays the spinners really well. And got a 50 of 52 deliveries. This is a crucial period for Sri Lanka. One must say Hasaranga, who's picked up 3 wickets. And the skipper would like him to break this partnership. Partnership's getting dangerous for Sri Lanka.
Useful edge, but well fielded by Kamindu Mendis. Didn't carry. He made sure he didn't get through.
I don't think Hussain Talat picked the length. He just saw a flight on it. And from the crease, he was looking to hoik it away. Very, very fortunate that it just didn't go to the hands of a fielder.
Gets it. Skips away for 4. Nicely played. That boundary he was looking for.
They're looking to attack Hasaranga also. They struggled against Hasaranga in the early part of the game, but now they're feeling good. This was leg side-ish. Nicely picked up by Hassan.
High score in ODIs for Hussain Talat. 83 of 89. This partnership is growing and it's getting into that situation where the batters to come also become very dangerous. At the end of the 40th, an extra fielder will be allowed outside that circle, so a bit more cushion for the Sri Lankans. And I believe that's why Pakistan in these last 3-4 overs are looking for that boundary. An extra area to hit. Fielder comes round, but long throw in and hence a couple more. Another expensive over. 180 for 4. Ayub, LBW early. It was that period where Sri Lanka got on top. You mentioned the new ball bowling which put the brakes on Pakistan. Brilliant bowling from Chamira, who's now back into the attack for his 3rd spell. Ball was swinging around early, Waqar. And a little bit of a technique issue, do you reckon? Sam Ayub, the way he set himself up, I would think would have been a walking wicket for a bowler like you.
Yeah, when the ball is swinging and a batter is going across early like that, that means the swing bowler is always in the game. Is always searching for the ball to hit the pad, and that's what happened. The few occasions he got hit on the pad, this time it was a lot fuller. And look where the head is, and look how the bat come down. Back came down at the angle. They had no chance of surviving.
And that's because that front leg goes across. As a batter, you got to open up the angle for the bowler bowling over the wicket and let that swing come into you. But the left-hander was going offside.
Yeah, I remember Sanath Jayasuriya back in the days when he early played for Sri Lanka. He used to do the same. He used to plant his front foot, and I got him out a couple of times because I used to swing the ball, a new ball, but he got me a few times. Once he just sort of managed that period, first 3-4 overs, then he becomes really dangerous. Then he'll hit you from that length, that middle stump line and length. And then he was such a devastating batsman when he gets used to of the surface, get used to of the swing. Yeah, he was an amazing player. But early on, he had similar issue. You're going across and then looking to either play sort of straight. If he plays straight, then it's fine. But sometime he used to play across, and then LBW bold comes into play.
And the problem is when that front foot goes across, not only is your head going across, to access the ball, you got to pull your front leg out of the way, and that's where the delay happens. Jayasuriya, tremendous record. Runs, more runs. Got a bit of glove, enough to get it away from the keeper.
Salman Ali Agha on the roll. He's looking for boundaries now. Going deep in the crease. And it just went away from the wicketkeeper. I think he got a little glove on it. But runs are coming nicely for Pakistan.
And suddenly they're thinking 280. This partnership has been brilliant. The only chance that the Sri Lankans had was that LBW before Hussain Talat got off the mark. It was plumb in front. Sri Lanka didn't have a review. But other than that, can't think of even a single chance that these two batters have given. And it gets even better. This is really, really good. They're mixing it up with some wonderful running between the wicket.
It's sensible cricket, one must say that. You know, they ran really hard between the wicket, and if there was loose delivery presented, they made sure that they put it away. I like the knock from Hussain Talat also. Yes, you're right. He was lucky. LBW was not given. But since then, since the first maybe 10-15 deliveries, he looked really good. 94 of 95 deliveries. And they're not done yet.
Well, if you ask me, it looks like they're just starting. 39 bowled. Pakistan are now 190 for 4. They've got their
New Light and Glow BB Cream hydrates, skin को brighten and even tone करे, oil absorb करे, shrinks pores और दे full coverage makeup look all day. Light and Glow BB Cream.
Well, easily the best player Pakistan have got, especially against the spinners. He picks the gap nicely and he rotates the strike beautifully, cuts the ball nicely, and that was a beauty. Mid-off up in the circle, used the feet nicely, and this was the last boundary he hit. The inning was required from a senior guy, Salman Ali Agha, and he managed to get 50 for his team and his skipper. Run rate almost 5 now, so things have settled down for Pakistan. This partnership have really put them back in a driving seat. Can they just play well? Can they just drag this partnership for another 3-4 overs? So the later order batsmen in the likes of Fahim, Nawaz can just cut loose and play those big shots. And Pakistan, you never know, if they keep going the way they are, they might get to close to 300.
Yeah, back on track, very much. Hasaranga is last over. But he adjusted that. He misread it, but had the presence of mind to make sure he didn't let it through. 2 spells for Hasaranga today. First one, outstanding. That's when he picked up those 3 wickets. Came back for a second spell, but he hasn't been that good. He hasn't bowled with the control he would have liked. That's straight. No review. He got across the stumps. That's why I thought that looked straight. Sri Lankans believe. The reaction say it all.
Might be just slipping down the leg side. Yeah, he planted his front foot way too early. Hasaranga, so much experience, knows exactly what needs to be done.
Getting closer to a maiden ODI half century. Hussein Talat.
I think the pressure created by the pace bowler allowed Hasaranga to come in and put more pressure on the top order. Once ball gone old, a little softer, not easy to control. And it's not the first time we see. In several occasions I've seen Hasaranga in his first spell, a true match winner. But when it comes to bowling his last few overs, he has struggled in the past.
Well, it feels like it's been a long time that Sri Lanka's over rate looks slow, but they're just 2 minutes behind. If they're 2 minutes behind, it will be very unlikely that they'll get penalized if they can maintain that. They've had the habit of being slow getting through their overs, penalized on many occasions. Partnership 100, Pakistan at the end of 40, 195 for 4. Wonderful partnership. Salman Ali Agha leading the way. Great support from Hussein Talat. Just under a runner ball. 7th time Pakistan batters have put on 100 runs against Sri Lanka for the 5th wicket. Dushmanta Chamira about to start the 3rd power play. 5 fielders will be allowed outside the circle. There used to be a time that he didn't know how to do it, or what his expression should be. Alex Wolff, in making that signal, he used to grin. Could see all 32. They'll get two. Very effective from Pakistan's point of view. Mid-offs in the circle, 3 in the deep on the leg side, fine leg in the circle, 3rd man, and the sweeper covered. 10 overs to go. You're easily thinking 280 at least from here. Really well bowled. Slower ball, back of the hand from Chamira.
Yeah, you got to be smart in the last 10 overs as a bowler, because with this partnership, you know, now Pakistan thinking runs every ball. So you got to be very clever, very smart to just use the depth of the crease and also bowl wide. Don't bowl in the arc. Use those variations, bowl slow deliveries, the odd bouncer. All these variations got to be used now.
Nicely played. Well, might look clumsy, but he intended it to go in that direction. 200s on the board for Pakistan. They've got to giddy up.
Yeah, thinking was very clear from Salman Ali Agha. Fine leg was up in the circle. He knew all he needed was a little bat on the ball, and the ball will run away. It was a slow delivery, but just waited on it. 18 boundaries. Boundaries were rare in the first maybe 10 to 15 overs, but since these two have come at the crease, things are just moving nicely for Pakistan.
Field changes, finally goes out, mid-wickets in the circle. Nicely bowled, he digs it out, that'll be a couple. LANKA does well. Manages to keep it down to 1.
Batters to come, Fahim Ashraf, Mohammad Nawaz, very regular in the team, batting at number 7 and 8, and they're both a big hitter, and this is a tailor-made situation if they will be required.
Nicely bowled, but good running once again. The scoreboard ticking over nicely for Pakistan. Run rate almost up to 5 now. Now this is where they'd like to have been from the start, but somehow or other, hook or by crook, they got themselves back there. Superb from these two.
Yeah, thanks to these two who've not only scored but also scored quickly at a very, very good rate, bringing Pakistan back in the game, looking to score big now.
Superb. One bounce for 4. Expensive over comes to an end. 12 off it. 207 for 4.
New Light and Glow BB Cream hydrates, skin को brighten and even tone करे, oil absorb करे, shrink pores और दे full coverage makeup look all day. Light and Glow BB Cream.
Those block holes, just a little length on that last delivery, and Salman Ali Agha making room for himself, playing a match-winning knock for Pakistan.
Deekshana back, he's been wicketless. It's been expensive as well. What I liked about Salman Ali Agha is there's been a purpose. He's known where the field is, where the gaps are, and he's picked his spots when he's looking for that boundary. Now even that last boundary, mid-off in the circle, extra cover in the circle, 2 runs, real good running. Takes him to a half-century. Hussain Talat, maiden ODI half-century.
The dressing room's up. This partnership was required, this inning was required, and Hussain Talat showed his class. Struggled early on in his inning, but once he gets going, he found the rhythm.
Well, now to finish off. 53 balls remaining in the innings. There we go. He's got to a half-century. Now open those broad shoulders. That's a 6. The umpires will have a look, but if I saw it right, it will hit the boundary cushions on the full.
I think he got good eyes, Russ. This was in the slot. He plays that shot really well. This time he made sure that he hits it straight. Did he hit on the full? Yep, clearly hitting the top of the skirting. Well done, Russ.
Eye for few things, certain things.
What do you mean by that?
Second 6 of the innings now. Charitasa LANKA. Oh, he's gone down. He's gone down. And he's clutching to his hamstring. Now the score, it's building. They're gonna need to bat really well to chase this down, which is going to be in the region of 280 to 300 for sure. They're gonna need a fit LANKA.
Suddenly you see a different energy in the dugout, in the dressing room. They're all back on their feet. They're feeling good about themselves now. They'll be thinking, we can win this game. We're in a situation where we can post maybe 300.
When there's a winner, there's always a loser, and contrasting body language from the Sri Lankans. Looking at each other, the captain's on the ground. Just wondering, where did it go wrong? What could we have done better? But right now, you're at the mercy of the Pakistan batters. That's Hussain Talat.
But he's enjoyed himself. He's a fine player. Favors the offside mainly, likes to cut. And this was a beauty to Hasaranga, picking up length very early and made himself a 50, a real proud man. Plays all around the ground really well.
96 runs since the 30th over. That's a run rate of 8.5.
And that too without taking any risk. It was a good cricketing shots these two have played. And they're ready to take risk now. And if they get it right, Pakistan will be getting very close to 300, if not 300.
$120, the partnership, it's growing. Lanka need to look for a wicket. Oh, obviously they will be. They need something to give. They need a break. Rubber the green, as sometimes we say it. But if not, chin up. Chin up, because this pitch is very good, and hence even 300 is chaseable. But it's all about belief.
Yeah, it's just a new ball, I think. Even when the Pakistani bowler is going to come on, I feel that there will be a little bit of swing for them. And if Sri Lanka up front early on manage that swing, they'd be happy to chase down any score. Because the history suggests the pitch has played really well over the years. In PSL, we have many games here, and second time around chasing, this pitch becomes a belter.
Sri Lanka's fifth bowler, which is generally a liability. It's a mixed match between Janith, Lienege, Asalanka, and maybe coming the Wendy's. They're bowled 9. They're gone for 63. Correction, they've gone for 55. So Sri Lanka needs to find one more over from there as well. Dikshan has been expensive and wicketless. Usually you do find a bowler having an off day. The way the Sri Lankan bowling lineup is put together, none of those top 4 bowlers can have an off day. They can't afford that. Good running. Great awareness of where the gaps are.
Modern day cricket, you cannot have 4 bowlers, Russ. You have to have your 5th bowler in the side, a regular bowler. You cannot rely on your batters to give you 10 overs or a bit more than that.
In slower, sluggish, turning conditions, yes. But not in good conditions. .42 ball, 220, 221 for Pakistan.
Yeah, the reason why the situation has enhanced for Pakistan, batters haven't been eating too many deliveries, not many dot deliveries. Been busy, these two. Lianage Opportunity for Pakistan to go big in this over. Now the left-hander, who batted well for his 50, starts off the over with a couple.
This is brilliant counter-punching by this pair of batters. Look at where Talat has scored his runs. He started off slowly, but then he's really started to find his range. At the current rate, 264, but I think they'll get much more with wickets in hand in the last 10 overs, always. Slower delivery. Will that, I think that, oh yes, it's called a wide, but I think, did it brush the pad? I think Kusal Mendes thought it brushed the pad.
Yeah, the umpire took his time. Checked with his mental list and then called it a wide. But what an effort. What an effort from the youngster, Hussain Talat. A novice at this level, but he handled the pressure quite well. Yeah, tried to hit the ball very hard.
See, this is unusual territory for Janit Liyanage. He doesn't generally bowl at international level at this stage. So Sri Lanka is looking to him to try and get the maximum, because Asalanka bowled 2 overs and went for 18. So Liyanage needs to get this over in to complete the 10. But Amir, the value of going into the last 10 overs with set batters and with good momentum.
And you know, you got 2 big striker of the ball available in the dressing room who can really do serious damage. So all these Pakistani batters need to do is ramp up a pressure on the opposition. Find a couple of boundaries in this one. Another slow delivery. Clever stuff. Well-directed slow delivery. No room for the left-hander to free his arms.
Yeah, it's precious, isn't it? Precious dots for Sri Lanka at this stage. Just look at the way he rolls his fingers on top of it, not giving him any pace at all. Well, Janit Liyanage needs to complete this over. He needs 3. He has 3 more deliveries. Conceded just 3 runs so far. Needs to finish strong from a Sri Lankan point of view. Down the ground. Hit with a lot of power. Just a single, but there is so much of power that Hussain Talat packs when he gets it off the middle of the bat. He's a power hitter.
And again, clever bowling for Liyanage. Bowled a couple of slow deliveries, managed to bowl dot deliveries, and then bowled it fuller. And never allowed the left-hander to get underneath and be able to hit the ball aerial. Has been a very good over. There was a scratch on the bat, but still good enough for a couple of runs for Pakistan.
This has been clever cricket by Pakistan. As you said at the beginning, the number of dots have reduced so much. So what they've done well is not just hitting boundaries, they've knocked it into gaps. Just look at what this confirms what we're talking about. At the bottom of the screen, look at the way they've been very active. Singles, twos, mixed with those boundaries. That's a wide. That's a wide, and that Kusal Mendes couldn't collect it, but these are all vital runs at this stage for Pakistan.
Yeah, if as a batsman you aren't able to express yourself and bat with freedom, what you need to do is get busy. Hit the holes. Rotate strike. At least you're keeping the opposition under pressure. Another wide. Feeling the pressure.
He's looking to take pace off, so he's missing his line, Liyanage. He understands he needs to finish high, ideally a dot ball. Sri Lanka has conceded 52 runs in the last 30 deliveries. That's a lot of runs, considering that Pakistan But 4 down for not many. They're looking for 2 here and they'll come back for 2. This is good running. Good aggressive running. They've got 11 in the over. 2:32 for 4. Right, the last 3 overs, Pakistan have got 7 twos. So they have now not looked at only boundaries. They're looking at every option. That's a look at Sri Lanka's bowling resources. Asita Fernando has 3 overs left. Chamira has 2. And Tikshana has 2. Asaranga's completed. So at least Sri Lanka will have frontline bowlers now to try and finish off the 50 overs. Tikshana has gone for 50 of 8 overs. So it's been really tough going for Tikshana, particularly this pair of batters have looked to take him on. It's been... What impresses me is that it's been a calculated effort. It's a calculated onslaught because they started slowly. They had difficult moments, yes. We'll talk about that Hussain Talat's LBW that was not given. But just take that out of the way. These two have batted outstandingly well.
Yeah, given the situation they were faced with, brilliant, no doubt about it. And Salman Ali Agha has been guiding his young partner how to go about the job. And so far, so good for Pakistan. Now they are threatening the opposition to concede 290. But lesson to be learned for Sri Lankan captain. You know, if you don't have 5 frontline bowlers, there's always a difficulty for you. Oh, that's close. That is close. Given. There were 2 sounds for sure, but it was the case of bat hitting the pad. He has referred it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. Let's start with front one. I can see the ball passes close to the bat. Need to check that with ultra edge. Asif Ultra Edge is building, stand by. Rolling slowly. Yeah. Clear gap as the ball passes the bat, satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please. Original decision is out. Pitching outside of impact in line and wicket sitting. Asif, you will be staying with your out decision. Stand by. Your on screen signal now.
Sri Lanka finally breaks through after a 138-run partnership of 127 balls. Hussain Talat goes for 62. Pakistan 233 for 5. Right, Mohammad Nawaz, he couldn't have asked for a better time to come in. Well, he's been in very good form since he came back. And fresh legs, Amir. I'm not in any way suggesting that Hussein Talat was tired, but then it's always good to have somebody new, fresh, striker of the ball. Short and wide, and he gets a boundary. And he gets off the mark. That was a rather loose delivery from Tikshana.
He's enjoying a purple patch, Mohammad Nawaz. Didn't need much time to get off the mark. In fact, with a boundary. Yes, it wasn't a great delivery, but got the opportunity, pounced on it. Starts off with a boundary, Nawaz.
Yeah, it was begging. It was begging to be put away. And Nawaz obliged. It was short and wide. Tikshana now round the wicket. Well, fresh from a very fine innings of 59 against South Africa. Nawaz in his last outing. So already moved to 5 with the boundary. He's having the right idea. He's not looking to hit boundaries. He's also looking to rotate the strike.
Yeah, it was too close. And moved outside the line of that delivery. That's why there was no contact with the bat. But a timely breakthrough for Sri Lanka. They've been trying hard for this. But a good hand from the youngster, Hussein Talat. Runs. Two of them to finish the over. It's 240 for 5.
Well, he's been the go-to as far as Pakistan is concerned. 82 of 71. Batted brilliant. He loved the way he paced the innings. Salman Ali Agha. 7 fours only. Hasn't hit sixers, but he's shown a lot of aggression. The running has been good. The leadership in that partnership. Everything going his way, and I thought it's very well constructed. It's given Pakistan a real opportunity with 36 legal deliveries left. Fernando's back.
Yeah, you're right. Salman Ali Agha, he's got that intuitive grasp of the situations and goes accordingly, and that's why he's been prolific. Yes, there was a struggle for him in T20 cricket, but he'll come along. He's got the talent. He got Pakistani team to such a wonderful situation. He has to make sure he's there for Pakistan to the last moment. That will ensure that Pakistan will get to 300 runs. And that'll be 20 more runs from the power score. He's running hard.
For Sri Lanka at this stage, it's about saving boundaries. I mean, they wouldn't mind singles at all. They'll take the singles.
Honestly, when I saw the final 11, the formation of the 11 for this match, I thought there's one bowler missing. You need to have 5 frontline bowlers on a pitch like this, which is true. Yes, there was indifferent bounce, but not a lot of spin. But there was a situation where Sri Lanka could have seized the game in their favour if they had carried on with Hasaranga. But the captain had to take him off to fill in as an auxiliary bowler. From there on, Pakistani innings started to get momentum and never looked back. So the formation of the side has to be apt to be able to compete at this level. But turned out to be very good for Pakistan.
Well, I hear you. I mean, in hindsight, after the 2 fast bowlers, well, a third seamer would have been ideal. And the point you make about Hasaranga is absolutely right. He had to manage his bowling resources. Charith Asalanka. But what they have been doing, Amir, is that this is the combination they've played. They've always relied on 4 frontline bowlers and looked to go with the 5th bowler. I'm not saying that it should be applied across the board, but this is the combination that has won them games so far, most of the games. So they're trusting that, and they're giving a little bit more beef in the batting.
But that makes you a side reliant on conditions. If you want to be a well-rounded side, you've got to have bowling resources nowadays. Slow one picked up nicely by Salman. Hits the ball into the gap, and easy 2 runs for him.
Yeah, you're right in terms of horses for courses. I mean, you'll be looking at that option, but then being the first game, Sri Lanka has carried on with this. They won in Zimbabwe, won away, so it's a similar combination they played. So they're just trusting them, and they're trusting their batting a lot, trusting themselves to chase down a score. That's what Asalanka said at the toss. When he opted to bowl, he was looking for the dew. Well bowled, very well bowled. He's been clever. He's taken pace off. He's varied his length. And by and large, he's looked very impressive, Asita. 246 for 5. Well, just look at this. Look at what Pakistan has done. These are the power plays. The first power play was a struggle, but the second power play was outstanding. Diction into the last over. Wide. Well done, Kusal Mendis. That's brilliant keeping.
The umpire has to check whether it's a wide or a no ball.
Yes, you're right. You're right. You got to see whether it was outside that area, designated area of the playing surface, but brilliant stuff by the keeper. This is what they're going to take a look at. Oh yes, 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 yes. That's gone well wide, well outside the playing surface. So let's see. So just keep an eye on where the ball is pitching. Is it in line or is it outside? Is it a third umpire's decision? I think it's the third umpire's decision. So that's what he's checking, just to make sure that whether it's a no ball. In fact, it is confirmed as a no ball.
Help yourself, Salman Ali Agha.
Well, he's just, I suppose he's just asking for a clarification, but that's a third umpire's decision. He's just giving the explanation, saying it was just outside. So outside that line, outside that pitch area, he's considered a no ball.
It was out of bounds, and as a bowler you have to accept it.
It's a third umpire's call here. Right, it's the free hit and a wide again. I thought it was a good delivery. He went full and wide, but too wide.
Oh, pressure has been reverted. And Pakistan was on the receiving end when they lost quick wickets, absorbed pressure by Salman Ali Agha and Hussain Talat. And that partnership of 138 has reverted the pressure. The Sri Lankans faltering under pressure. In the air, but will find a fielder. Running hard. Excellent running from these two.
The 250 is up for Pakistan, and they still got 5 overs left, including this one. This is a great recovery. I must say that the momentum, without any doubt, is with Pakistan. Look at that last 50 of just 28 deliveries. The acceleration has been on. Over the top, finds the fielder. Sri Lanka, I'll tell you, wouldn't mind it. At this stage, just prevent the boundaries. If they can do that, singles and twos, they'll take it instead of boundaries.
Yeah, the Pakistani batters at the moment aiming for 10 and over at least. And to get to the target they set initially, which was the power score, 280. Now they have created a situation where they could actually breach 300 runs.
Well bowled. That is very well bowled. A precious dot at this stage.
Yeah, after bowling wayward deliveries, he has been able to gather his thoughts, Tikshana, and bowling in the right areas. The last 3 deliveries have been excellent from him.
Slower ball, cleverly bowled, cleverly bowled. Pace off, slower, wider. Just not letting Nawaz reach. That is clever bowling at this stage from Tikshana. Needs to finish strong from a Sri Lankan point of view. He still has 2 balls left in the over. With the no ball, with the wide, he's just conceded 5. Again pace off, again pace off.
At times it's the right idea to bowl away from a batter. They are waiting for the deliveries pitched within the stumps, and if you bowl wider as a bowler you can surprise them. That's what we have seen so far from Tikshana, looking ball outside the off stump without any pace.
Full toss. It's fielded in the deep. That's good work. And only a single. Pakistan will be kicking themselves. That was a gift. 6 runs off the over. 252 for 5. Fernando and Dushmantha Chameera. They'll be finishing things off. Asita Fernando's figures, just look at that. Going at 3.25. Chameera little over 4. Tikshana finished his 10 overs, went for 64. Starts off with a slow full toss. Just couldn't time it. Again, only a single.
Our last couple of overs been good for Sri Lanka. Just 12 runs where Pakistan aiming for at least 10 and over. He's been phenomenal, Asita. He has bowled immaculate lines and lengths. Very meticulous with those slow deliveries as well.
Again, pace off. Should be cut off in the deep. They want to. Could be trouble here. Has to be trouble. Has to be. In fact, no. Salman Ali Aga hadn't gone past the no return point. But Sri Lanka keeps it down to a single.
Yeah, looks annoyed. Salman Aliaga urging his partner and needed a much committed effort. But no damage done as far as Pakistan is concerned. Salman Aliaga still there.
See, at this stage, Sri Lanka hasn't given a boundary of the last 17 balls, so that is what they're after. How long can they extend this? Go square to the wicket, another single. So 18 balls at this stage without a boundary. That's a good effort on the part of the Sri Lankan bowlers. They pulled that run rate under 5.5. There was a time that it was closing in on 6 runs and over. But still, this pair of batters, they can take it to the end. They can really accelerate. Salman Aliaga, 90 of 78 balls only. Just 7 fours. But it speaks of the way he's constructed the innings. Not relied on boundary hitting, but more skill. On strike. Short third in, short fine leg. Pace off. He wants a wide, but it's not a wide. That's clever bowling.
Yeah, as a fast bowler in this situation, you've got to be mentally strong and technically strong, tactically strong to be able to deliver. And Asitha is delivering in this crucial juncture of the game. He's been on the money, and those subtle variations are posing a lot of problems for these two batters.
That will be a wide. Went a little bit too far again. Pace off, going for that wide Yorker. He's got a man at deep backward point. He's got a man at deep point. So no surprises that he's aiming that length. Just getting it slightly wrong. He's got to re-bowl it.
You're talking about the last 3 overs where Sri Lankans have been very good, not conceding a boundary. Now, Pakistan was very well poised to score 300 runs, but it's been hampered due to some very good bowling once again from this fast bowler who's been very impressive.
See, he's not been able to time the ball because he's taking pace off. Salman Aliaga looking to hit it with all the power, but no timing at all. So only a single. So he's got 1 ball left in the over. He's bowled a wide and conceded just 5. So Sri Lanka will be pleased. They pulled it back a little bit. The last ball of the over. Asitha Fernando's pace has been very impressive. He's gone in the mid-130s. He's dropped it below 110. That's how he's mixed it up and proving to be more than effective at this stage. Last ball of the over. Can he finish strong? And it's a full toss. They are asking for a no ball. They think it's over the waistline. I don't think so. The umpire doesn't think that. So that is a dot. 257 for 5.
Very lucky, one has to say. It was too high. It was above waistline.
Right, we're down to the last 18 legal deliveries. Dushmantha Chamira takes it from outside the off stump. Samara Vikrama cannot get it. It's a welcome boundary for Pakistan. Its first boundary after 21 deliveries.
And there was a bad collusion in Salman Ali Agha and Shamira. And that was well picked up. Was anticipating a slow delivery and knew where the gap was. Never tried to overhit the ball. That was nobody's fault. He was watching the ball, wasn't aware where the baller was, hence a collusion. Let's hope nothing serious there.
Yeah, both were ball watching. Shamira looking in the direction where the shot was played, and so was this man. And eventually they crashed into each other, as you say. I think let's hope nothing is wrong. Well, Shamira seemed to be all right, but it's him that's getting all the attention. I'm just wondering whether it's the concussion protocol, because yes, I think so, because they crashed into each other, so they're not taking any chances. Yeah, just making sure that everything's well with Salman Ali Agha. So good start to the over, boundary of the first ball. That's what Pakistan are after, especially after they went through a little phase without a boundary with lots of singles. Run a ball. Right, thankfully all is well.
Yeah, problem addressed by the physio. Only 5 runs away, Salman Ali Agha for another 100 in international cricket.
Salman Ali Agha on 95 of 81 deliveries, on course to reach his second ODI 100. His 38th innings, and what an innings it has turned out to be. Shamira. Oh, clever, very clever. That is great improvisation on the part of the batter. Gets another boundary, back-to-back boundaries. They are compensating for those dots and singles.
Yeah, it seems like he's psyching out the bowler. The previous delivery was a slow one. He knew the bowler is going to change the length and also change the pace, ready for it. Went really low in order to form that gap. This is brilliant batting. 1 run away now. He's on 99.
Outstanding. It has been a magnificent innings. Great effort on the part of this man on strike. 1 short of his second ODI 100 in his 38th innings. And what an innings he's played. Shamira it is. And there it is. That's the 100. What an innings from Salman Ali Agha. He'll remember this. He's done it off just 83 balls and 9 fours.
And the crowd in rapture. What an innings. What an effort. Made to absorb pressure. A lot of it. Handled it quite well. Kept batting with intelligence and eventually achieved something big. Second ODI 100. Well played, Salman Ali Agha. Brilliant.
Lot of running for him. 37 single, that is, and 12 doubles in addition to those 9 fours. So it's been all running and skill. He is a powerful striker, but he's mixed it up well. It's a good blend the way he's got those runs. That's a wide. That will be called a wide, going full that time from Dushmantha Shamira. He's conceded 10 runs off the first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, straight away Salman Ali Agha went to his partner Mohammad Nawaz, who's been struggling to make a contact with the ball. He's asking him, why are you batting from leg stump? Why don't you move towards the off stump in order to take toll of those deliveries which are pitched outside the off stump?
Short 13 and short final again. And over the top, goes down to deep extra cover. Cut off in the deep. Sadira Samara Vikrama. Couple more. Mohammad Nawaz looking to find that gap and go over extra cover. That was wide and full. So it was the right intent.
Yeah, that advice worked. If you have a look at the replay, he was actually standing on middle and off stump, and that's why he was able to make that contact. Yeah, timing wasn't there, but still good enough for a couple of runs. And that's why Salman Ali Agha has been regarded as a good thinker of the game. Edge and 4.
No chance of stopping that. At that pace, you find the edge, you beat the short third. 16 runs already in the over and turning out to be more than handy. That had everything in that delivery. That was wide, it was full. And Nawaz got a healthy edge. Short third had no chance. And it has turned out to be the most expensive over of the innings so far. Jamira has gone for 49. One ball left in his 9th over. Goes down to deep cover. One bounce for 4. It's 20 runs off that over. Pakistan back on course. 277 for 5 with 2 overs to go.
गोल्डन पर्ल ब्यूटी क्रीम अब न्यू पैक और एडिड ग्लूटा सीरम के साथ बात बन जाए।
Well, that's the biggest building so far of the innings, and what a time to have it. It's the perfect time for Pakistan to get 20 runs of that last over. And now 23 runs is what they're shy of 300. They got 12 deliveries left. Asita Fernando will continue to probe around wide of the off stump with pace off with that length. So this over will be mightily important for Sri Lanka. In fact, both overs are going to be, but Asita has bowled so well, he'll want to finish off as economically as he's done. Just 32 runs into his 10th over.
Now really nagging for the Pakistani batters, Asita. Immaculate control.
Who's 78 for 5? Oh, this is hit flat and gone all the way. That was hit with a lot of power, and the 50 partnership is up of just 33 deliveries.
That was in the slot. And he was looking for such a delivery outside the off stump, back of the length, where he could hit the ball aerial. Didn't miss the opportunity. And he's gathering important runs for his side now. Mohammad Nawaz looking to finish off the innings strongly.
That was flat battered. This time over cover. Down to the man at deep cover. He's annoyed with himself. In fact, it's a more deep point. But just to, before this over, if you look at the way Pakistan have got their runs, the first 30 overs, it was 119 runs at less than 4 runs an over. And the next 18, they've gone at nearly 9 runs an over, 158. So virtually an innings of 2 halves, the way they've accelerated, the way they have controlled things, especially in the second half. They're still left with 9 deliveries, 285 for 5. Pace off that time, only a single.
Yeah, let me tell you, this effort of the Pakistani batters is going to instill a lot of confidence in them. How to set up a total on the board, even though you are struggling with losing early wickets. If you have the patience, if you have the right idea, you can recover. From a hopeless and helpless situation, they have come back strongly, Pakistani side.
When you looked at the way the top order batted, I mean, this was a team that was coming on the back of a great victory over South Africa. So you would have expected a lot of confidence, strong body language, looking to assert themselves, looking to kind of dominate the opponents. But instead, what we did see was a rather tentative kind of approach. But now this approach is very different.
It is refreshing, isn't it? You know, when you talk about South African series, Pakistani bowlers, they managed to set it up for the batters, curtailing the opposition on a very low total, made it easier for the batters. But when it comes to setting up totals, Pakistan has been struggling. But I think this innings, like I said before, this will instill a lot of confidence in them. And they will find a method to put runs on the board.
Yeah, but what's impressive is the way they have paced it. The partnership, the way they started. Last ball of the over. Looking to improvise. They'll want to and they'll get to. So they get 12 runs off that over. And they're down to the last over on 289 for 5.
What an innings from Salman Ali Agha. Showed good mindset, good technique to deal with the pressure. And once he established himself at the crease, there was no looking back. Started to improvise, started to hit the ball into the gaps, and a very well-crafted 100 and well-deserved 100 for Salman Ali Agha.
Just look at the way he scored his runs. It's not about hitting boundaries, but it's about being smart. It's about the way he's opened up areas, the way he's taken those singles and twos. Last over. And starts off with a good full delivery, a dot. And so precious from a Sri Lankan point of view. And also, Amir, the last 9 overs, 94 runs have been scored by Pakistan, which tells you how much they have dominated this phase of their batting.
Yep. Great display from the Pakistani middle order, that's for sure. We spoke about how good Salman Ali Agha was with the bat, but how about him guiding a youngster to feature in that partnership? Nicely worked away. Another boundary for the left-hander.
Working the angle, that's clever batting. He knew exactly where the fielder was. And from round the wicket, onto the pads, and this is clever batting, really clever batting by Mohammad Nawaz. Just look at the way he works that angle. Knew that the man was very square. That's gone fine for a boundary. And yes, on the point you made about that partnership, that was so important. Salman Ali Agha was the man who really took charge of it.
Yeah, he curated it very nicely for Pakistan.
That 138-run partnership, very much the decisive factor. Well bowled. Well bowled. That's a good Yorker. Wide of the crease, aimed at the base of the stumps. Just keeps it down to a single. Still 5 runs on the first 3 balls. They're left with 3 more deliveries.
Yeah, he's man of crisis as far as Pakistan team is concerned. He's a well-rounded batsman, Salman Ali Agha, without any doubt. and scores at a good rate.
Pakistan's T20 captain. Certainly shouldering the burden here. Pakistan were 4 down for 95. On strike, only a single. But what's also impressive is that he's batted to the end. He's made sure that he finished things off. He didn't leave it for someone else. He was speaking about it some time ago, about the importance of batting to the end. And that role he's played brilliantly with 2 balls to go. And he's scoring at better than a runner ball at 120. 105 of 87. But also, Amir, let's not forget, it's a good surface. It's not beyond Sri Lanka. If they bat well, it's a good surface. But momentum with Pakistan at this stage. 2 balls to go. Well bowled. Well bowled.
Yeah, certainly redeeming himself. Went for plenty in his previous over. But has managed to land the ball in the right areas, especially after getting hit for a boundary. Shot. And has brightened up event for Pakistan. That's an excellent effort from the Pakistani middle order and the late order batters.
A wonderful finish. Well, they went into the last 10 overs with wickets. Wonderful effort. Last 60 balls, 104 and a wicket, 9 fours and 2 sixers. A brilliant finish. Well, they went into the last 10 overs with wickets in hand, and that's always crucial. You have a set batter or set batters, then you are looking at plenty. This is how Pakistan ended up. Look at the top 4, they struggled. But then after that, Salman Ali Aga, Sentalat, and then Mohammad Nawaz. They just came in and played so brilliantly.
Yeah, at the end of 30th over, Pakistan was 120. 119, beg your pardon to be precise. In last 20 overs, 180 runs. That's an effort and a half from the Pakistani batters, and that partnership is glaring. 138. It was all about Sri Lankan bowlers to start with, and lost the way.
Well, the opening bowlers were quite good, but 299 for 5 is what Pakistan
That I
Well, we're back at Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, where Sri Lanka will be requiring 300 runs of their 50 overs. All right, then this thing started off well for Sri Lanka because they bowled particularly well, kept it really neat in the beginning, and some really good bowling by Asita Fernando. We saw that from the paces that they were effective in the power play, but then Pakistan sort of losing their way at the top, but then kind of gaining control back in the middle and at the back end of things. And Salman Ali Agha, what a performance by him, scoring that 100. He seems to be that one guy who loves this format and has really done well. Hasaranga then taking all the key wickets, Babar Azam, Rizwan, all falling to Hasaranga, and he managed to get some important, crucial wickets for them. Overall, you've got to say that, like I said, Sri Lanka started off well, Hasaranga in the middle getting some wickets, but then it was all the Salman Ali Agha show. We've seen what he can do with the bat over extra cover, you know, his favorite shot that we've seen in this particular format, and he really added impetus to this innings. So kudos to him. And then Mohammad Nawaz, let's not forget his contributions. You know, he seems to be doing particularly well in this format. Hussain Talat as well, he was given an opportunity. He was able to score some runs because there were his dismissal, as we saw at the top. You know, Sri Lanka didn't really have any reviews left, which is why he was given an opportunity. But overall, Salman Ali Agha took charge with the bat, scored some crucial runs, and in the end, the late flourish that we saw, it was courtesy Mohammad Nawaz as well. Well, we're back on pitch side, just discussing what happened in that first innings between Pakistan and Sri Lanka. We spoke about the fact that how Sri Lanka started things well, but then kind of lost their way in the middle. Now, 300 is the target we're looking at. I've got with me Russell Arnold and Waqar Yunus in studio. Russ, great performance in the power play. You know, great control with the ball of the seamers. But then what happened? What happened after that?
Well, it's a innings of two halves, really. If you look at it, where Sri Lanka were able to maintain that pressure, they picked up wickets. They were a little unfortunate. I thought that went against them. Allowed Pakistan to build innings, build partnership. It was outstanding because the runs that scored, the way it was scored, gave Sri Lankans no chance, and the bowling fell. That used to happen when a partnership like that starts to flurry. Quietly, Pakistan got to a situation from where they could dominate as well. But earlier on, the lines, the lengths, little bit of nibble was very useful.
Waqar, what did you make of that power play bowling then by Sri Lanka, the paces that we saw today from them?
Yeah, it was little damp for the bowlers, and they nice nowhere. Wickets, they had no clue how to manage it was, of course, Salman Ali Agha. Of course, when he came in, and it was a different ball game. He's shown the attitude. He was just very, upbeat with the scoring run. And I think that's what inning the early players they should learn from him, that if you can't hit boundaries, if the ball's seaming around, look for singles. And I thought the top order didn't do it, but then of course Salman Ali and Party did a wonderful job. Salman
Ali Agha, like I said, he seems to love batting in this format because he's got some great numbers down that order, Waqar. When you talk about his performance, and then going on to score big 100.
Yeah, he's probably the best players of I feel that in this Pakistan lineup, and he showed it from the word go. He dealt with Saranga really well, and he played his shot. He was not really worried or losing it. So that's really plus, and that momentum which Pakistan was looking for, he was the one who provided. And then of course Hussain Tallat, little lucky in the beginning, but came really good.
What stands out for me with Salman Ali Agha is he's in a great zone. He's placed the field really well. Yeah. Because when there's a short finding in place, he's not shy to try to work those areas. If mid-on's in the circle, his target area is over extra cover mid-off. Hence, that awareness and confidence with him, which is allowing him to flourish.
So you said that it was a game of two halves. Talking about that second half, where did Sri Lanka sort of lose their way in terms of, was it a case of just poor bowling, or Pakistan batted really well?
Pakistan batted really well. When you are able to score runs like that and you start dominating, bowlers do tend to fall away. They try things. The pitch didn't have much. There was no turn at all. Hence, it showed. We were talking 280 pass score. Pakistan have got a little bit more than that. It's tremendous that where they've ended up, because it's about resilience and fighting back, and there was plenty of it. But when the game pans out like that, it's hard to find fault with the bowlers. That's what good partnerships and good batsmanship does to you.
Also, just in terms of the reviews that were taken up by Sri Lanka, I mean, it's an interesting one when teams sort of go for the review or don't go for the review. I'm talking about taking that call, they're going. Sri Lanka lost out today.
One was a shocker. That very first one in the third over, pitching way outside leg stump. This is the one we are talking about. But this one was a little closer. You can understand why they went for that one. When this happened, I don't know how that was not given out. Yes, you can say there were no reviews left, but from an umpire's point of view, that's a mistake.
All right, then there you heard it. Of course, mistakes are made. We see that in cricket, but it's also about how you use your, reviews that you have at your disposal. Mohammad Nawaz, Waqar, again, he seems to be in a really good patch, with the bat and the ball. We're talking about his general form. Yeah. He seems to be giving Pakistan those great finishes.
Yeah, Pakistan looking for an all-rounder, and I think he's doing a great job. His bowling is improving. We always knew that his batting is good enough, especially in the last 10 overs. When he comes in, 5 overs remaining, 6 overs remaining, he's very effective. And today, once again, he's shown scoring 36 of 23 and putting Pakistan, right in front, I would say, because 300 runs chasing on this pitch with Pakistan having so many options, the bowling options, I think it's going to get really tough for the Sri Lankans, although there might be a little bit due later on. It's just a new ball. If Sri Lanka handles the new ball well, they might be in a chance, but I feel that with Naseem Shah, Haris and Shaheen up front, it's going to be tough.
Prediction, Russell?
Well, scores have been chased down, and I think Sri Lanka are a good chasing team. They do bat deep. We're in for a good evening.
All right, it should be a great evening. It's a bit chilly here in Rawalpindi, but I'm sure the players are warmed up for this one because it's going to be a cracker of a game. We are now ready because the captains are coming out, the players are coming out on the field. It's over to the commentators.
Thank you, Zainab. And Salman Ali Agha taking lead of the huddle. Shaheen Shah, Fredi and the group listening on intently. The man in crisis and the man that shone through and in the batting order for Pakistan, getting Pakistan to 299, which means Sri Lanka required 300 in this first ODI of 3 at the Pindi Cricket Stadium. It was a phenomenal batting innings Pakistan was 76 for 3 when he made his way out into the middle. A fantastic ton. Second one in his ODI career. And more importantly, a massive partnership with Hussain Taladar of 138 runs. And you just feel at the halfway mark, Pakistan well within the driving seat. And you just feel at the halfway mark, Pakistan well within the driving seat. 180 runs in the last 20 overs, 104 runs in the last 10 runs and over. Runs and over throughout their innings.
Will happen. With Patham Nissanka, they've been desperately trying hard to find him a
hint of lengthy period of time for both seamers in Fernando and Chamira for Sri Lanka. And underlined just with the new ball, Shaheen Shah Afridi's natural angle is away from the left-hander. Slips away quite close to Rizwan. Coming back to Pakistan's fight back with the bat and the way they ended that first innings. Absolutely brilliant position they found themselves at the end of their 50 overs.
Yeah, the moral of the story, Arooj, not to panic. Whatever the situation you are faced, just do not panic. I believe in your abilities. Off the mark. On debut, the left-hander was looking for the second one. Wasn't there. A good call from his partner, Nissanka.
Yeah, great feeling. A great feeling just to get ball on bat and get the knot turning over to 1. He's got a wry smile on his face because he was sent back by the experienced campaigner in time. This angles the bat face open to guide it through the covers.
Got overexcited there, a youngster.
The right-handed Nissanka, just the one slip. Tight ring of field on the offside.
You're talking about Patham Nissanka. When he emerged on the scene, he was regarded as a test batsman. And how well he has evolved. Now he's representing Sri Lanka in all the formats. And he meets success. And that innings of his in Asia Cup against India, that was phenomenal. That 100.
With a swing and a miss. And first exercise for the umpire. Shaheen Shah Afridi will have to reload that. The umpires have certainly been under the spotlight in the first half of this game. Sri Lanka having burnt their reviews, how they wish they would have kept one in the hands. Nisanka off the mark as well. 1 done, 5 for no loss. He was absolutely brilliant. Second ODI 100. Came in when he found his team in a spot of bother. And took his time, manufactured all areas of the ground. Excellent with using his feet and very proactive throughout his innings. And once he got a measure of the surface, he didn't look back. 105 of 87 deliveries. Held the bat high to a crowd here in Pindi and a dressing room which was up on their feet. Really an all-dimensional player and one that holds a key in that middle order for Pakistan on numerous occasions. Second ODI 100. Naseem Shah with the ball, starts off with a wide.
Golden Pearl Healthy White Moisturizing Lotion. अब और कोई नहीं, सिर्फ Golden Pearl का Nutri-Serum वाला Healthy White Advanced Care Moisturizing Lotion. Love your skin.
Coop, I think he spotted himself on the big screen as well. A nice wave. 52 today. So far in the first over in these couple of deliveries, Pakistan have already bowled 5 wides.
They are making the ball to wobble in the air, finding it very difficult to land it on the right spot. Maybe lacking a rhythm at the moment, these two Pakistani fast bowlers.
Touch 2 straight, and those will be the first runs in boundaries for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, overcompensated on that occasion. Naseem Shah bowled a wide delivery outside the off stump. He tried his hardest to land the ball within the stumps and in the right area, erred in line. And that was more than enough for Nisanka to score his first boundary.
And after a couple of wides and a 4, the second slip comes out, strengthens the field on the offside. And Sri Lanka were fantastic in that first 10 overs. Pakistan were 28 for 1. And what Sri Lanka did really well, Amir, you've just made the point as well, where they kept it tight in line with the stumps.
Can we have
Pathum Nisanka as opener since 2023 in ODIs. He's right up there. Most runs as an opener. Fantastic average of 46 as well. 2,169 runs.
Yeah, first 3 deliveries from Naseem Shah. It seems like he's struggling to finish his action. Have a look. Keep an eye on his front arm. Not going towards the left thigh. That's why he's been all over the shop. You know, first thing first for a bowler when bowling with the new ball, finish your action. If you're able to do that, it means you have that rhythm. You have that confidence to land the ball in the right area and challenge the batsman. At the moment, he's struggling to do so.
Punched off the back foot, made a really good sound off the bat. In contrast, we were talking about the Sri Lanka seamers in Fernando and Chamira. what lines they've kept. This is what you're talking about, Amir, in terms of Naseem Shah and whether he manages to finish his action.
Yeah, the bowling arm is not going towards the left thigh, and that's why. And there is restriction in his follow-through as well. Thank you very much. But that kind of a delivery, when you're on debut, back of the length, outside the off stump for a left-hander, a may push. Couple of runs for the left-hander.
I come back to the comparison. Their bowling lengths, 52% of their first 10 over deliveries were at that good length, between the 6 to 8 meter mark. But in that, look at the grouping. Yes, remember there was a left and right hand combination earlier on in the piece with Fakhr and Babar. Hence why the spread is for left and right hand, but predominantly all attacking the stumps. And with that length, that combination was quite superb from them. Punch, beautiful. Gun barrel straight. The ricochet of the stumps will give them 2 to close. A long over out. 11 of Naseem's first, 16 for no loss.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
Pretty healthy middle order there for Sri Lanka. From batting all the way down to Hasaranga also. At the moment, the openers 16 for no loss in the first 2 overs. Wide one, far too wide with a swing in the air, evades Rizwan, adding more to the wides tally. 5 of them on this occasion.
That one swung in the air a long way. No chance for the wicketkeeper, none whatsoever. Sped away towards the boundary line for 4 wides. 5 to be precise. They're contrasting, isn't it? The Sri Lankan bowlers, they were so good with the new ball, but the Pakistanis are struggling at the moment. That's a better delivery. That's the line he should be bowling at. You're talking about the Sri Lankan bowlers. They were so good in the first 10 overs. They were on the money, challenged Pakistani batters because they were allowed to remain in their comfort zone. But when you talk about the last 10 overs, they were pressurized by some aggressive batting by the Pakistanis, and they faltered. They were pushed out of their comfort zone.
Yep, that is scattered in terms of length and line both. Much better from Shaheen Shafi. He's getting the ball to swing. He's just been a touch too straight, maybe a touch too full on that occasion. And him of all people now, obviously under the captaincy responsibility as well, will want to make inroads in that power play. It is his biggest asset and his weapon. The new ball that swings into the right-hander. And on so many occasions, we've seen him clean up top-order batters.
You mentioned they were unable to pick up wickets with the new ball during that South African series, and that's why they are trying desperately hard. There is no need to do so. Just try and land the ball in the right areas. If you're able to pick up wickets, fine. Otherwise, you've got other options as well. So do not be desperate. Just do the needful. It'll happen.
I mean, also why that conversation is important, because sample size is obviously the 3 ODIs that we've just come off against South Africa. We'll have to re-bowl that. Another wide to the tally now. It is up to 11. Another reason why is that, yes, Pakistan did not pick up wickets, but they also went at 6 runs and over. 5.8 to be precise, 58 the average power play score. So, yes, wickets were tough to come by, but Pakistan could not hold the opposition down in terms of runs as well. That's why a lot of the times with the hard new ball, if the game gets away, most often than not, you're chasing. And that's why Pakistan sit right at the bottom in 2025 in bowling power plays. Look at those numbers. Will tell you we take a wicket after just about 9 overs in the power play. This is all 2025, so all ODIs, 14 of them. Previously we were talking about precisely the numbers versus South Africa. Over here also the economy touch over 5. That amalgamated with a lack of wicket taking ability. This allows for the opposition to get off to a very good start.
Well, Aruj, when you talk about contemporary cricket and how the batting has evolved, 5.22 is not bad. I think the wicket column has the question mark, but these bowlers have got the ability to correct it. Well, one thing they have made sure that if they are not picking up wickets, they have kept the batter quiet.
Edged and put down. One of the safest fielders going around in Salman Ali Agha. A phenomenal first half with the bat. Puts one down. 23 for no loss.
Is not ethereal, is only human. Salman Ali Agha. The standard.
Golden Pearl Healthy White Moisturizing Lotion. अब और कोई नहीं, सिर्फ Golden Pearl का न्यूट्री सीरम वाला Healthy White Advanced Care Moisturizing Lotion. Love your skin.
Yeah, took some really good grabs, not just against South Africa, but throughout. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Naseem Shah is finding it extremely difficult to find a radar. That is now the second time the ball has gone for 4 wides.
Just have a look at his wrist position, not behind the ball, and that's why he has sprayed the ball around. He sets very high standards. A rare mistake. And during this game from Salman Ali Agha.
That's much better. His natural angle is the one that comes in off the surface. That length also very good. You still feel there's something in the surface. Swing through the air for Shaheen. Good carry through. A hint of lateral movement off the seam when the seam has pitched it well. So what Pakistan want to do is string together good overs in partnerships. A string of dot deliveries, a string of pressure deliveries. Because at the moment, every now and then, because of the wides being bowled, the pressure not quite there for Sri Lanka. That is again a good follow-up. That's what you want. Provide each other the support, bowl well in partnerships. At the moment, Sri Lanka going at over 9 runs and over. That has to do with the 16 wides that have also been bowled so far. $17 extras. Well, in the crowd, it's absolutely figure-free. Once again, a free moment. You can download that app and have all the insurance you need on your fingertips. There we go.
Both the bowlers struggling to land the ball in the right areas, and then left-right combination doesn't help. Showing his talent. Good footwork shown by the left-hander so far. Opening for the first time for Sri Lanka in this format. Hasn't shown any nerves. Offering full face of the bat. Looking to play the ball very close to his body. Under his eyes.
Probably off the pads. Stan gets the ball to shape into the left-hander. Once again, a touch too straight. So with the angle, the ball carries on. This clips off the pads. Amir, what do you make of the surface? Because Pakistan in that last 20 overs got 180 runs on the board.
It has firmed up. The ball is coming onto the bat quite nicely now. Actually, it's sliding onto the bat quite nicely. And I think if both the bowlers are struggling to land the ball in the right area, the option of Fahim Ashraf, why not try him? He has bowled with a new ball for Pakistan. Remember that final of Asia Cup when he removed a dangerous opener in his first over? He can be tried.
He's almost become a mainstay for Pakistan, used extremely regularly. The combination of the Pakistan 11 ever so frequently now made up of all-rounders. Salman Ali Agha, Mohammad Nawaz, Fahim Ashraf, Saim Ayub. Hussain Talat also, if required, bowled quite a lot when he got his chance in that Asia Cup as well. Short and wide, slashed away for 4. Timing spot on as well from Mishara. 36 for no loss.
Golden Pearl Beauty Cream अब न्यू पैक और एडेड ग्लूटा सीरम के साथ बात बन जाए.
Without any effect, but this time around was into the gap. First boundary for the left-hander on debut.
A 100% confidence with dandruff-free hair. Hello, hair. Shampoo.
Why you look at me?
Oh, top stuff. Top stuff. Favorite part for our director.
Paul.
We had a great run with two extremes of hairstyles during the South African series. Beautiful locks, Tony D'Souza, compared to not so many for JP Duminy. And we carry on. Also, when batters come on, you as a batter, especially as an opening batter, you want the hard new ball to constantly keep striking the middle of the bat, keep feeling the ball onto the bat. Does it normally throw you off where there are periods of inconsistent bowling? Can that actually throw you off between the wides? that you actually chase after a wide one or play a rash shot because you aren't getting that strike in terms of feeling the bat on ball.
Yeah, it happens when your nerves are frayed and you're anxious. But if the runs are coming thick and fast, like Sri Lankans are getting at the moment, it's an excellent beginning actually. But then as a batter, you stay calm. They're coming easily. We don't have to try anything expansive.
Sri Lanka chasing 300, already turned over 37 of those. Beautiful, exquisite timing, brilliant placement. That is a gloriously timed 4 from Nissanka.
He tried similar kind of a stroke in the previous over where he edged that one. Since there were not a lot of bounce, and that's why he was able to execute that stroke perfectly. And also no deviation of the surface. That was the difference.
This time through the onside. Nawaz will give chase. Nissanka will pick up a couple. The timing from the get-go from Sri Lanka has been really good to watch. Not trying to overhit anything. When the ball's been slightly fuller, leaning into the drives, the punch of the back foot from both batters. So far, very good. And a great start as well. Watchful to close the over out. 5 done, 43 for no loss. Sri Lanka 43 for no loss. Making use of the power play, also being aided by Pakistan. They've given away already 18 wides. A couple of them found its way to the fence as well. Change of bowling. Haris Rauf into the attack. Oh, straight to the fielder. Once again, so crisply timed.
Pace can be a batsman's friend if not used appropriately. Missed out. The debutant could hit the ball into the gap. Haris Rauf. He picks up wickets regularly for Pakistan. 2 5-wickets haul already in his career.
A swing and a miss, and just some more movement, albeit just past the batter. There is still something in there with this new ball.
A deviation off the surface. And since he managed to hit the ball straight to the fielder present at covers, this time around he tried to stay inside the line of the delivery, anticipating a ball bending back. Missed out completely. Good thinking from Haris Rauf. Without breaking a sweat, Sri Lanka got to 44 without a wicket. And that's a great beginning for them. Looking to chase down 300 runs. And that brings pressure on Pakistani bowlers. They need to break this partnership. And that's why Haris Rauf has been introduced into the attack because Naseem Shah was slightly off colour.
The difference of pace, bowling around the 140k mark, 141.3, that previous delivery, you want to be on target. Because the margins of error with higher the pace are that much more finer. So far, really good start to his over. This is the one off it. Yeah, you mentioned Naseem Shah, he went for 24 in his first two. That's what's caused on the change of bowling well within the power play. This will help Sri Lanka, beg your pardon, because with a target of 300, still a decent surface. Yes, they will have pace throughout because Pakistan's gone in with 4 frontline pacers. Fahim Ashraf yet to bowl. So pace will be on throughout. But this start will definitely help. 256 more runs. And the asking rate just a few notches below 6. Eventually gets the job done. 6 done, 46 for no loss. 6 done, 46 for no loss. Sri Lanka require another 254 in 44 overs. Having chosen to bowl first, Pakistan made good use of their 50. 299 for 5 with a big 100 from Salman Ali Agha. Runs through the middle order as well. Amir, care to explain?
He can be a good defender in soccer, that's for sure.
Crunched. Glorious once again through the offside for 4. 50 comes up as well for Sri Lanka.
Quality. That was a quality stroke from the debutant, Mishara. Especially with the fact that ball was bending back to the stumps in the air. Made sure that he stayed inside the line of that delivery. And to be able to hit through extra, full marks to the debutant. Excellent execution of the stroke. And immaculate timing.
Great start so far on debut from Mishara. Coach will be extremely pleased with the start so far. And in particular, the timing of the ball has been quite aesthetically pleasing to watch. Partnership up in no time as well. Extremely watchful as well. Playing to the merit of the ball. Very good in defense. Let's see how these boys are faring. Brilliant stuff. You can flip the KFC bucket, land it on your head, and you win finger-licking good prizes.
Yeah, ever since Shaheen Shah Afridi has sacrificed some pace, he's been able to pitch the ball in the right areas. Initially, he was looking to bowl fast, was all over the shop, but now realized it's all about landing the ball in the right area. Let's cut some pace and look for accuracy.
Yeah, we spoke about the lengths and particularly the lines the Sri Lankan seamers bowled in the first end. Pakistan have found it extremely difficult to find their radar with the length, but more importantly, the line has been far too wayward down the leg side or too much width. That has resulted in them bowling 18 wides so far. Seven done, 50 for no loss.
New Light and Glow BB Cream hydrates skin को brighten and even tone करे, oil absorb करे, shrink pores और दे full coverage makeup look all day. Light and Glow BB Cream. Coverage makeup look all day. Light and Glow BB Cream.
First 7 overs belongs to Sri Lanka. Pakistan, little wavered. They need to control things. There was an opportunity created by Shaheen, put down in the slip. This pitch is playing really well now. Whatever the seam movement, yes, the ball swung a little bit, but Pakistani bowlers were all over the place, Roshan. So things are all over the place, Roshan. So things are in control in the first 7.
Yeah, they'll be pleased. Sri Lanka will be pleased. You spoke about that drop catch. We talk of cricket being a great leveler. You can be on a mountain and you can also be in a valley. This is that drop catch and a big wicket. Pathum Nissanka in and out. Now that's the man who got 100 and got Pakistan out of trouble. And one of the finest fielders you have in the slips, and that's why I say it's a great leveler. But Sri Lanka got off to a brilliant start. They couldn't have asked for a better foundation. And Pathum Nissanka to me is going to be the key, though Kamil Mishara on debut has looked equally impressive.
Bit of help from Pakistani bowlers, bowling all those wides, extras given away. Making his debut, what a proud evening, morning for him. And he looked a very fine player, looked very organized.
Comes with a reputation. I can tell you that he's been thought of very highly. He's one of the young cricketers that is earmarked. Another one who's missed out is Nonidu Fernando, who's on that rising stars with Dunitwel Lalage captaining the side. Another player in this side is Pawan Ratnayaka. Remember the name, Pawan Ratnayaka. He's been scoring a lot of runs in domestic cricket in whatever opportunity he's got. Lovely drive. Right-handed batter. And seen him play at A level, first class level, and he's been very impressive. And just look at this, the setup and the drive by the left-hander. So there are quite a few young cricketers coming through for Sri Lanka, and which is very healthy. And this is Pawan Ratnayaka for you, his List A record. That's quite good for someone who is trying hard to break through into the side. That's 4. Hit with a lot of power and timing. Ends the over. 55 without loss.
Wear Your Attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
गोल्डन पर्ल ब्यूटी क्रीम अब न्यू पैक और एडेड ग्लूटा सीरम के साथ बात बन जाए.
Without loss, 8 overs. Now these are the records. We're talking about Vishara and Ratnayaka, Pawan Ratnayaka, two of the bright young stars that are emerging. But just back on the game, we did see the Sri Lankan opening bowlers bowl some really fine opening spells. And Pakistan, on the other hand, as you said, has been a little bit wayward. They've been all over the place. Beautiful, beautiful. Everything behind it. The timing, the stride, and then the follow-through.
Looks so elegant. It was a half volley outside the off stump, but don't forget, the ball was swinging, going away from him. Had to really cover it and then hit the gap. Isn't this the most beautiful cover drive you will see? Great timing on that.
Very elegant player. Rathum Nisanka has been good across all formats for Sri Lanka. And fast emerging as Sri Lanka's best bat, because he's been very good and scoring runs. Take another look at this drive. How sumptuous is that?
Yeah, it keeps it very simple, isn't it? No real movement. While the ball is delivering the ball, you see modern days, they move a lot in the crease, but Nishanka very still. When you still means you're watching the ball closely and you react once the ball is delivered, you know exactly where it's landing, and then you can play accordingly. And that shot really clearly shows that, you know, the youngster have got talent. Naseem Shah, on the other hand, is struggling to get the lines and lengths right. I guess there was a little bit more for the bowlers in the first inning. Don't know if it was a dampness or the lights have affected, made difference, but they made full use of the swing was available. And I said it in the first inning also, that if you have a test bowler on this sort of pitch who can just swing the ball and pitch it up, very useful. These bowlers have not played too much 4-day cricket, 5-day cricket. That's why things are a little wavered. More T20, more one-day cricket. And Naseem Shah has been in and out of the team, has been injured. And when you don't play enough, the rhythm goes away, and then it takes a couple of games to just get back in the rhythm. He's such a talented bowler. Got a great action, you know, got a great wrist position, swings the ball, especially to the right-hander. He's very lethal when he takes the ball away from the right-hander. But not the case. He's not finding the momentum, the rhythm.
That was my question to you, which you answered. Now, a couple more here. But just on the subject, we've got one ball to go, but we'll continue the conversation. But let me pose the question. But just on the subject of, you say, where these bowlers don't really play too much cricket. But what about the domestic first-class game?
I mean, these guys play so much international cricket nowadays, so they don't get enough time to play 4-day cricket, I guess. And there's so much T20 one-day cricket is being played around the world, so they just focus on that. That's why I feel the test matching bowling unit should be different than the T20 or a one-day or a white ball, should I say. Again, it wasn't there. Played it nicely. 63 without loss, Sri Lanka.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
.63 without loss. That's a look at the Pakistan team for this Bank Al-Falah ODI series. It's away for 4. There's so much width that the Pakistan fast bowlers have offered, and the Sri Lankan batters have pounced on it. They've made use of this power play, the field restrictions. That's another example of it.
Yeah, with that foot movement, you can clearly see that is aiming to hit offside, because Haris coming around the wicket. That means he's going to come from outside the off stump, so he's not really taking his front pad cross. He's just waiting, because Haris has got pace, so he's going to come onto the bat quite nicely if he gets it right. And on a few occasions we have seen Mishara getting it right. Again, might be wide. Maybe just got away with it. But yeah, so far what I've seen in the 9.2 overs, the lines and lengths are missing. And modern day batters, if you keep giving them, you know, ball deliveries outside the off stump, you asking trouble for not only yourself but for the team also.
Yeah, it's been quite contrasting, the way the Sri Lankan bowlers bowled and the way the Pakistan fast bowlers have been bowling. You spoke about that little bit the pitch offered. No, not in control, not in control. Lucky, very lucky. Haris Rauf got a bit of pace and bounce, rushed the batter. And I must say that Kamil Mishara was very lucky.
Yeah, it was a tough opportunity, because the momentum Haris was bowling with was taking him more toward the batter, and then had to really turn around and just get back to catch that. The right way to go, put a slip in. Pakistan need wicket now. If you don't break this partnership, they will run away with the game.
Now from over the wicket. More runs here, more runs. Timing. And good work by the captain, but lovely timing again. Kamil Mishara has looked so impressive on his debut. Of course, he's played for Sri Lanka at T20 level, but still, this is his first game. And just look at how beautifully he caresses it. Doesn't overhit it. All timing.
Great fielding. Shaheen will give everything to stop every run. But again, bowling again outside the off stump. Got to bowl straighter. Bowling again outside the off stump. Got to bowl straighter. Got to bowl at stump. You don't bowl at stumps, you're asking trouble.
Last ball of the power play. Oh! And completely beat Pathum. And completely beat Pathum Nissanka for movement and pace. They'll get a couple of, in fact only a single. The power play is done, 75 without loss.
Dandruff free, मजबूत बालों के लिए I use Hello Hair Anti Dandruff Shampoo, Tea Tree और Mint Oil से करें dandruff का software update. Hello Hair Anti Dandruff Shampoo.
Few half volleys were presented, room were given, and they didn't hold back. Great flow of the bat. Once again wide, again short. This was kind of an opportunity, but ball just sailing over him. So far, it's a treat to watch what we have seen from the Sri Lankan batters. They started really well. 225 more required of 40 overs. Oh, got all wickets in hand. Signaled the second power play. When you have all wickets in hand, 220 shouldn't be an issue for Sri Lanka. Pakistan's sake, they need wickets. They not need one, they might need more than that.
And interestingly, the fourth consecutive power play, 3 against South Africa and 1 here, where Pakistan have been barren. They haven't had a wicket. I'm sure that's quite disappointing, because you're talking about a seam attack, a country that has produced some outstanding fast bowlers. And going in to a fourth consecutive game and not being able to break through with the new ball, that'd be very disappointing. That's 40 overs without a wicket in 4 games at the power play.
And especially when you're so used to of Shaheen picking up early wicket, Naseem Shah bowling really well with the new ball. This is the last ball, previous over. How good was that delivery? And it just actually took Rizwan by surprise. He wasn't expecting that. There was plenty of pace on it. Ball cutting off the seam. He surprised him. I think they're bowling too short. Even that delivery, which went through the batter's bat and pad, it just was a little too short. It just need to be a little fuller. You've got to aim to hit the stumps.
See, we talk about the surface when Sri Lanka bowled, but then you also look at the approach of the 2 batting units. Sri Lanka came out positively, looking to be positive, looking to take the bowling on. I felt Pakistan at the top was a little bit tentative. Too many dots, no rotation of strike, we spoke about it, and allowing the Sri Lankan fast bowlers to build on the pressure. And they just continued to dictate. So that to me is also a fairly big difference.
Well, that's not going to help. That's not going to make Shaheen Afridi that happens. Never happy when somebody just feel like that. That was slack.
Yeah, you need all the support that your team could give, because the batters are on top, the surface is good. We've spoken about the possible appearance of bowled. That was pace off, that stayed down also, went past the outside edge. Down also, went past the outside edge. Right, we're talking about Pakistan's leading home appliances brand. Automatic washing machines, magic of one touch.
Where are you from? South Africa. All the cameras are South Africa. Cameramen are South Africa. All cameramen are.
Been a good over so far. Only given 3 runs. Excellent delivery to end. In the 11th, excellent delivery.
Pads just a single.
Well, the previous over, last delivery. And Roshana, I feel if you bowl a little slower and maybe give more backspin on the ball. You'll get more out of the surface. If you're pushing hard, like the top three bowlers have done, they're bowling into 140s or 145s. They're not really getting anything out of surface. It comes onto the bat better than if you have less space. We saw it in the first inning also.
It's interesting to look at it now. Now, it was Kamil Mishara who was beaten twice when Ashraf bowled, but it was just back of a length, the pace you were talking about, mid 120s to high 120s. But let's see what he does. Yeah, so now he is much quicker coming on to the bat. That's 141 plus. Like you to kind of compare the two.
You see modern day batters, they're not worried about the pace. They're a bit worried about if the ball moves off the surface, because they're so used to playing white ball cricket, you know, T20 one days, and they like to, you know, have a bit of pace coming at them so they can use that. When there's no pace, they have to make the pace, and then with that slowness of the ball deviates also off the surface. Oops, it might go all the way. Yes, it does. Might be a little top edge-ish, but he was in control while just hitting that shot.
But again, look at the line outside the leg stump. So if you're talking about the control, now he did swing. You did say top edge might be in play. Yes, it appeared top edge, but then he had the space to play it because it was outside the leg stump. It was not at his body.
And he also didn't hold back. He wasn't really tapping it. He just made sure that he swings his bat hard. And that is the reason why the top edge went all the way for 69 meters.
Pakistan need to arrest this very quickly. 85 without loss into the 12th. Now this should be taken. And finally they get a wicket. And it is Haris Rauf and the debutant Kamil Mishara looking to flat bat it, a bit of extra pace and bounce, and Sri Lanka have lost their first wicket.
Yes, a wicket. Haris Rauf, good catch taken by Shine. Over mid-off, couldn't really have control over that shot, but over mid-off, couldn't really have control over that shot, but excellent knock of 38 comes to an end. Excellent knock of 38 comes to an end. 85 for 1.
Kusal Mendis is the new batter, batting at number 3. He's 149 games. Close to 5,000 runs, just 600s, but plenty of half centuries, including that 143. He's been a permanent feature in the Sri Lankan lineup, and he's got a job to do here. And that is to make sure that you extend this partnership. Because what Sri Lanka doesn't want is to lose quick wickets. They need to try and get another partnership going just to get Pakistan. Oh, he's got him first ball. Haris Rauf's extra pace and Kusal Mendis goes, and that's exactly what Pakistan wanted. They've come back strongly with 2 wickets in consecutive deliveries.
You might go for runs at times with the pace, but to a new batter, it always helps. This was a quick delivery. And Mendes had no clue. He was just trying to nudge it to third man. Ball came quickly, just slicing off the bat onto the leg stump. Haris Rauf on fire. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Kushal Mendes gone without scoring. 85 for 2 now.
Sadira Samaravikrama comes in on a hat-trick. And Harish Rauf, he's got his tail up. These are Sadira's stats. 850s and 100. And just take a look at these 2 wickets. Kamil Mishara was the first to go. Bit of extra pace and bounce. Was done off the pitch, was beaten for a bit of extra pace. And then Kushal Mendes had a really quick delivery. That was quick. And beat him for pace. That came back under edge. Right, he's on a hat-trick. He's got 2 slips in. The fielders inside the 30-yard circle have crept in as well. Sadira Samaravikram on strike. And oh, he keeps it out. He had the right idea.
That was a beauty. Perfect delivery.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
Another pacey delivery from Haris Rauf. Searching for LBW or bold. New batter is never easy to dig those out, but it's done well, Sadira. Very watchful, very careful.
Well, Sri Lanka have lost wickets back-to-back, 85 and 85. Pathum Nissanka, 28, to me is going to be the key in this next phase. It's such an important phase for Sri Lanka because they just can't afford to lose another one, and especially Pathum Nissanka. What Pakistan are after is to try and get 2 new batters at the crease to try and attack.
One good over can inspire the entire team. You can clearly see the first delivery for him, it was too late. Kamindo Mendes. So still got plenty of batting.
Just 4 runs off that over. 89 for 2.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
.211 of 37 overs is what Sri Lanka requires, but Pakistan will breathe a little bit easier with those 2 wickets. So Haris Rauf will continue. He's bowled his 4 overs, 2 for 26. Samaru Vikram on strike. He's got a slip in. Oh, this time leading edge was looking to play it away on the onside. Very lucky. Well, there are some anxious moments for the Sri Lankan batters.
Yeah, very tight hands. When you're not sure, that's when you make mistake. This was coming in and hand coming off. Once again, looking for a little outswinger, Haris Rauf. A touch full. The little scoop, very lucky. Didn't go at hands of mid-off or mid-on.
Isanka, 29 of 38. Oh, that time! Have they got their man? Yes, they have. This is the wicket they were after, and this is a huge moment in the game. Massive moment in the game, where Pakistan have struck for the 3rd time.
We have seen plenty of swing from the Sri Lankans earlier in the day. But none better than this one. Haris Rauf picking up his 3rd wicket. But this was a beauty. Good look at the seam position. Lovely seam position. Straight into the buckets of Mohammad Rizwan. Length was perfect, little fuller. Just poked at it, didn't he? So Pakistan back in the game, in control. Isanka gone for 29, it's 90 for 3 now.
गोल्डन पर्ल ब्यूटी क्रीम अब न्यू पैक और एडेड ग्लूटा सीरम के साथ बात बन जाए.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
Meet new Light and Glow BB Cream. Hydrates, skin को brighten and even tone करे, oil absorb करे, shrinks pores और दे full coverage makeup look all day. Light and Glow BB Cream.
90 for 3, and this is perfect for Pakistan. Perfect for many reasons. 2 new batters. Sri Lanka's opening partnership completely nullified with those 3 wickets.
Yeah, going was pretty smooth for Sri Lanka till this happened. A false shot, and then Haris Rauf all over Sri Lanka. Good pacey delivery, and this was the best out of the lot. Little fuller, ball moving off the seam, getting a thick edge straight to the hands of Mohammad Rizwan behind the stumps. Yeah, you shouldn't be feeling bad about this, because that was a good delivery. Great bowling by Haris Rauf. Little expensive to begin with, but found the rhythm, found the line, and Pakistan clearly in front.
Definitely in front. I think that Pathum Nissanka's wicket was important, but now this is happening. The dew is starting to appear. Sri Lanka spoke about it. They were anticipating it. Now the question is, can they make use of it? Tarit Asalanka is in at a critical time. He's joining Sadira Samaravikrama, who is just in himself. So Pakistan has the luxury of being able to attack these 2 batters. They can look for wickets at this stage. They can apply a little bit more pressure.
Sri Lanka has got to rebuild from here. He's generating good pace, and he's finding the line and lengths also. Another fantastic delivery. He's just looking for wickets now, nothing else.
Isn't it amazing what a wicket or 2 could do? You spoke about the wicket looking very flat, the ball coming on, but a wicket or 2, you suddenly find deliveries misbehaving. The one that had Pathum Nissanka was an absolute peach of a delivery.
I think one small mistake, especially when you're set out there and you make one mistake, that means a new batter comes, and especially with Pakistan's ball intact, they all got pace, and you can lose 2 or 3 wickets, and that's what happened. So when you're in there, make sure you stay out there. 14 gone, 92 for 3.
हेलो हेयर एंटी डैंड्रफ शैम्पू टी ट्री और मिंट ऑयल से डैंड्रफ खत्म, इच रिमूव्ड, बाल मॉइस्चराइज्ड और स्कैल्प रिफ्रेश्ड। हेलो हेयर एंटी डैंड्रफ शैम्पू।
Haris Rauf with all 3 wickets, 92 for 3. Sri Lanka were away to a flyer, 85 for no loss, and now 90 for 3. Fahim Ashraf will continue.
Two new batters in. They've just not been able to get Fahim Ashraf off the pitch. Into his third over, he's gone past that outside edge. But he's not express. He just stays there and thereabouts.
Yeah, he's quite relentless with the lengths and the lines he bowls. He doesn't change from plan A to B to C. Comes up with a simple plan and just executes on more occasions than not. I said this earlier as well. He's almost become a mainstay of the Pakistan bowling group. An inbuilt bowling option given the lineup that they play now.
Another fielder brought up into the circle. Oh dear. Lucky little edge.
Took a while. 16 deliveries since that last boundary. And a much needed one. But not in control, the batsman again on this occasion. Finds the inside edge and very lucky not chopped back onto the stumps.
And over the last few overs, the Sri Lankan batters, Pakistan bowlers so good. Kusal Mendes, Pathum Nissanka, Sadira Samaravikrama. Pathum Nissanka, Sadira Samaravikrama. Just to get off that length, he moves down the wicket. You've got to make those changes because Pakistan have found a little bit of a zone where they're finding something off the pitch.
I just heard Waqar Yunus making the comment whereby just the change in momentum of the game, where you pick up one. In this occasion, Pakistan's picked up 3 wickets and the ball seems to be seaming around, moving around off the surface. And consistent deliveries in that good channel just outside the off stump.
Again, no feet at all from Sadira Samaravikrama. And ideally, you always want to have 2 batters in who are new. That's when you can eat away at a few deliveries and build the pressure. How good was Haris Rauf? Always good to watch because he just charges in. And off air I heard some people saying that Haris Rauf hasn't been in good form and shouldn't be making the team. I was just overhearing it. It's a bit of gossip out there. Now I wonder if they've changed their mind, Uruj.
Well, if the gossipers outside are listening, Russ has overheard what you had to say and he completely disagrees. Yeah, of late maybe the conversation's been around the number of runs he might have leaked. Yes, he's always got that express pace in terms, he brings that X factor. But just find that it takes a little bit of a time for him to find his radar. Remember, expressways will always be a massive asset. But with the 3 wickets, he's firmly got his spot cemented.
But there are some bowlers who you let loose. 3 or 4 for 50, 60, you take it because it makes an impact. Inroads, 98 for 3 after 15.
The advantage you get with Haris Rauf as well, like today was used with the new ball within the power play. Normally will come out of the power play to hold or provide that enforcer's role in the middle period, but effective with his change of pace, in particular slower bouncer and the full pace steaming in Yorker at the back end. Just his numbers towards the back end, giving a bit too many runs. Was the conversation that you might have overheard. Your so-called gossipers, Russell Arnold.
Nasim Shah. 201 required. No time for a cup of tea though. However good it is. Game on. 201 required. Required rate also just around 6. But a tough outie. It's refreshing, I must tell you.
Oh, it's brilliant. Well, no time for a cup of tea for us because we're very hard-working individuals. But you look into the green room next to us, Roshan, Vakar, Amir. Relaxing, some of them even snoozing.
Snoring.
You find them in all sorts, don't you? Like the teams are made up, we've got all sorts of characters, different personalities. So are we in the commentary box.
And these personalities, when they're out in the middle, also need to stand up. It's about absorbing pressure from Sri Lanka's point of view. Whereas Pakistan, up and about all of a sudden. Fielders in the circle, the slip back in. Harish Rao, 5 superb overs, and now Nasim Shah charging in, looking for that extra wicket. The pace is also up in the 140s. 100 on the board for Sri Lanka. They got to 75 for no loss at the end of the 10th. And since then, it's just fallen in a bit of a heap. They've got to rebuild, and it can be done because we saw how the Pakistan innings panned out. A tale of two halves, really. The last 20 overs, 180 runs. And you can only think that with the ball softening up, it becomes easier for stroke play. The dew taking effect, it should skid on. Hence, this partnership, they need to play themselves in.
Yeah, so we saw a couple of overs ago, the rope around the drinks break, which was being run around the outfield. The buggy tires were glistening, so there is a tad bit of dew around. But so far, the Pakistan bowlers not allowing for that to creep in, have kept it really tight.
8:30 in the evening, it's this time that it starts forming.
It's also, you more often than not tend to look at the flags around, because if there's any wind, normally the dew is sort of just flies over and doesn't really settle or condense on the grass blades. But on that occasion, definitely some dew creeping in. You can say the gentleman's hands becoming moist. So Pakistan going with the 4 seamers, no spinner in terms of Abrar. Moment. Big smiles, a crowd enjoying this. With Pakistan's performance, those selfies will be coming quite frequently within the crowd now. They need to rebuild. The captain, Asalanka and Samara Vikrama together need to put together a big partnership. Mentioned that Sri Lanka lost their wickets in quick time, all 3 wickets falling to Haris Rauf, but this year in particular have been very good for Charit Asalanka. 3 big hundreds as well this year, and he's right up there in that middle order. Batters 4 to 7, just over 1,000 runs in the 26 innings and a very good average also. So him being captain and responsibility as well. Like you said, they need to take a leaf out of Hussain Talal and Salman Ali Agha's innings.
Yeah, there's still a long time to go. And nowadays, chasing 6 and over is not too challenging. 95 for 4 around the 25th over, Pakistan, if I remember right. You mentioned how good he was, or he has been this year, Sri Lanka. The man coming in next has been equally good, Janit Lienage. They've done it together. So that confidence will be there. Kamindu Mendis is another tremendous player who's been wonderful for Sri Lanka. So they do have those batters. But you don't want to leave it for anyone else to do. You want to take that responsibility. 85 when the first wicket fell, 85 the second, 90 when the third. So now you need a bit of calmness. A slip and a gully await. Oh, he's picked that up. Deep square leg though. Getting underneath it. Oh, he's missed it. Had all the time in the world. Didn't really need to move, but then at the last moment, it fell short. Charita Sri Lanka looking to break free. Gets a reprieve.
Yeah, huge opportunity here for Pakistan to really strive Sri Lanka. Yeah, he really never gets to the ball. You see, doesn't even get fingertips to it. He was under the ball for a very long time, but really never got the trajectory of it.
We'll need to get ultra edge on that. If there was a nick. Nicked his fingers. Didn't look like it though.
Yeah, we've all played the game. We all come up with gestures after where we just shake our hands if it has clipped our fingernails, or when we don't sight the ball in the sun, we always pretend like we didn't see it.
Well, here's a question for you. These numbers, Sri Lanka will be hoping that Sri Lanka and Lienage are able to live up to those numbers or get even better numbers today. Good shot for nothing, straight to the fielder. Yeah, the theory of drop chances, missed opportunities. Tend to record them, keep track of that. He did not touch it. Where do you stand, Uruj?
As a drop chance. Right, you're the captain of the side. Your fielder puts that down in the manner that Fakhr did. What are you saying to him? Are you saying missed opportunity? I don't think so, Russ.
Well, he's going to get sledged for sure.
There you go then. Yeah, just didn't look to get comfortable under that. Or the high skiers, it's not easy out of the night sky, but just seemed out of the window from where we are in the commentary box. Just never looked like he was under the ball. It was almost a body length behind in the end.
And it's tougher at night as well. You have to position yourself because there are so many light towers, unlike during the day where you change your angle, take the sun out of your eye line and you position yourself. But at night, which way do you turn? Because you turn around, you come across one light tower, then the other. So it does get tricky. There you go. Just an idea of where that ball might be coming at you, and you miss it for a split second, your judgment's off. That's right. It took him a couple of overs, and there he comes up with the excuses. We're all good at that. Light was in the eyes or something like that. Ten overs, 75 for none, and 8 overs since, almost 8 overs since. 29 for 3, Sri Lanka. What a change it's been. He likes to play that to break free Lanka. There you go. Initially it looked like he didn't need to move, and then it was dropping on him. Never easy, but you're expected to gobble those up. Better second spell from Nasim Shah. He was wavered 5 wides at a couple of occasions. And this is just the spell, just the effort Pakistan needed.
Yeah, it doesn't look that good, especially now that he can see it onto the big screen as well. Even if you had to take it reverse, you had to get under the wall first, and that's where he basically missed out. Really never got there in the end.
$18 bowled, 105 for 3. Pakistan 28 for 1. First power play. Sri Lanka so far ahead and then losing their way. Of course, that 167 for 3 to 30 for 3 doesn't match up yet, because that's from over number 11 to 40 from Pakistan's point of view. Slip and a gully for Lanka. He is trying just to break the shackles.
Yeah, for Fahim Ashraf, more often than not, he'll just either roll his fingers over, but he's difficult to get away because he maintains that length. You almost have to generate all the pace off the bat. We've seen it a couple of times. It's been difficult to get the timing right when they've been facing up against Fahim. Just the 15 runs now into his 5th over.
Oh, good fielding. Sam Ayub. He's got in the way of many good shots in that little area, and yeah, it's that time of the game. And your fielders supporting the bowlers. But pressure keeps building. Of course, catching's a different thing. We just saw drop catch, but in terms of the ground fielding, outstanding. They've saved quite a few runs. Just not allowing the Sri Lankans to breathe. Shot, bit of width. Nicely played. He got on top of the bounce, Samara Wickrama.
It's taken 4 overs for this boundary to come across. A short and wide, and more importantly, Samara Wickrama has played it late, which meant he bisects those 2 fielders. Sweeper on the offside and third, which was also a bit square. Much needed boundary as well. Nicely timed stroke also.
He's a quality player, Sadira Samaravikrama. Looks like he has a lot of time. Sometimes he makes me feel he gets a little too lazy. These things seem to come easy for him. Now that was probably the first loose ball from Fahim Ashraf. The second boundary he'd conceded. But the first one was an inside edge that just could have easily gone onto the stumps. That was also off Samaravikrama. Required rate 6. Sri Lanka are able to manage it around that number. Till around the 35th, 40th over, they'll be very, very happy. Well, Sri Lankan batting, they need a little bit of a charge. Inverex. A hatchback. EV. Smartest hatchback. Reckon. Very
smart and fast. That was important. That was the key that Pakistan went to 299.
Faster than Harish Rao today. They're breaking the speed limit for sure. 120, isn't it, on the highway? 110 for 3.
Yeah, by some distance. Raz nearing 148. His fastest delivery so far. So pushing the 150 mark. 3 wicket that fell in a cluster. Since then, rebuilding is on. 20 of 34, the partnership. Sri Lanka requiring another 190 runs. 110 for 3 at the moment. Pakistan operating with the outright seam attack so far.
With on offer, falls short of the field in the deep. Well, Charita Salanka, not fluent at all today. Just struggling to find his timing, find the areas that he does like to hit. But it's the time of the game that you need to hang in there. There are days like that where you're scratchy, but then suddenly you find that zone. Spending time out there is key. Oh, hit hard in front of square. Superb shot from Samaravikrama.
Has been absolutely hammered in the leg side. The short one and dealt with disdain. He's almost risen with the bounce and still managed to roll his wrists over. Top strike. The other end for the captain will give him a lot of confidence. Yes, he hasn't found the timing of the bat yet. Maybe one chance already down that Fakhar Zaman put down. But on the other end, Samaravikrama is playing a good hand.
No, Sri Lanka should take a note that Samaravikrama is doing it well. It's about the partnership. It's about Sri Lanka playing for his partner at this stage. Yes, we know how dominating he can be, or he has been. He's the boss, he's the captain, doesn't matter. Right now, play that second fiddle.
It's almost about finding that balance, isn't it? Between touch play and the big strokes. Both occasions, the 2 big strokes, one put down, one falls in the vacant area, but that did find the edge. It's about finding that balance in between. 8 of 16.
First 10 overs though, Pakistan was so wayward. And that's been the trend. The 3 ODIs prior to this against South Africa. First 10 overs, Pakistan were wicketless. Here today. Lots of deliveries that were short, wide. 18 wides. Shine Shah Afridi and Nasim Shah were the two culprits, if you may like. Haris Rauf, he went off the bat. But after the 10th over, the areas were very different, and suddenly we saw some seam movement as well. First 10 overs. Please, they just couldn't get it right. These are quality bowlers we're talking about, and sometimes they tend to struggle as well. Then they bowls closer to the stumps, keep hitting the deck and that length, and the wickets. And suddenly, the batters start playing as if those balls are going to explode. Off the edge, gets a single, so that's 7 off the 20th. Sri Lanka still very scratchy, 117 for 3.
Right ingredients, right treatment, 100%. तो करें dandruff का syrup date. Confidence, 100%.
Who was batting beautifully. Look, the feet go nowhere. It's all a poke. Just simply brilliant from Rauf at that stage. That is the key. Good length we talk about all the time. The good length is the length where do I go forward? The 6 to 8 meter.
And with the pace that Haris Rauf bowls, he's normally just back of that length, as you saw in the top. Extremely important both occasions on the setup, but again, like you said, Russ, the line was extremely important both occasions. You can't leave those deliveries, you have to play at them because they're just around that off stump.
And any bowler getting it into the 140s consistently will have batters hopping into it. Their footwork will always be in question. That's why they're so useful. That extra pace. I hope they're listening.
Are you still talking to your lounge viewers, the gossipers you mentioned earlier?
I hope they overhear us, Uruj.
Russ has a fan following in Pakistan also.
Nice early call. Really good, Sam Ayub. We've seen right throughout this innings at point. Partnership 29 of 43, now quietly looking to break free. Required rate 6.1. Very manageable. I think he was safe. Bounces up nicely, but attacking fielding.
Yeah, good there as well for the batter to come in because he had to run around Shaheen Shah Afridi. And in the end, touch too close. Talk about the beauty of the one-day game. There's so much time available. You talk about contrasting two halves. The first 10 overs, 75 for no loss. Sri Lanka were just running away with the game. And comes on Haris Rauf. Picks up 3 quick wickets. We're now rebuilding 30 of 44.
Could have been.
We're now rebuilding 30 of 44.
Could have been worse, Uruj. Could have been worse if the catch was taken.
Well, it could have been worse. a few hours earlier as well. So balances out. The variables in the sport, no matter where they come from.
But it's about resilience, it's about belief. In other words, hanging in there, waiting for your opportunity. Well, we'll rub it in. We'll keep reminding him, playing those replays. Good things and bad things. 21 bowled, 121 for 3.
Golden Pearl Healthy White Moisturizing Lotion. अब और कोई नहीं, सिर्फ Golden Pearl का न्यूट्री सीरम वाला Healthy White Advanced Care Moisturizing Lotion. Love your skin.
LANKA, who's still out there. Fakhar Zaman totally misjudged that. Missed opportunities.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
गोल्डन पर्ल ब्यूटी क्रीम अब न्यू पैक और एडिड ग्लूटा सीरम के साथ बात बन जाए.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
Right ingredients, right treatment, 100%. तो करें डैंड्रफ का सॉफ्टवेयर अपडेट with Hello Hair Anti-Dandruff Shampoo. Confidence 100%. गोल्डन पर्ल ब्यूटी क्रीम अब न्यू पैक और एडिड ग्लूटा सीरम के साथ बात बन जाए.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
Meet new Light and Glow BB Cream. Hydrates, skin को brighten and even tone करे. Oil.
Wait for your moments. And when you talk about the situations Sri Lanka is in, yes, they have lost 3 wickets, but scoring rate has been good as compared to Pakistan. Pakistan managed to score 119 in 30 overs for the loss of 4 wickets. So it's all about playing sensibly. So we spoken about Sri Lankan perspective in this game, but Pakistanis, they cannot be complacent. They have to think about wickets, and this partnership is brewing quite nicely for Sri Lanka.
Well, interesting. If you look at the run rates, Pakistan struggled in the first power play. Sri Lanka just was flying, 7.5 runs and looked so good. But they've been pushed back a bit here. That's obviously because of losing wickets. But again, we did see something very special about Pakistan, and that is that partnership first took their time and then batted deep. They batted so deep that they were able to launch modern game if you got wickets in hand. So Sri Lanka should be telling themselves that at the moment 6.25 should be telling themselves that at the moment 6.25, which is manageable.
And conditions are better for batting now. More conducive. The ball is sliding onto the bat quite nicely. The sound of the bat has changed. So that's encouraging for Sri Lankans. But at the same time, a wicket here can change the complexion of the game.
Wickets have to be the way forward for Pakistan. 123 for 3. See, this is the model. This is the example that Sri Lanka needs to take a leaf out of. Salman and Hussain, 138 runs when Pakistan were 95 for 4. They first came out of trouble and then they started to dominate. So that was a great example of how to change gears and how to structure a partnership and an innings. That's well bowled. Very good line and length.
Yeah, at one time that innings of Pakistan was meandering, or you could say it was in a state of inertia. But steadily, both the batters, they changed gears, but what a delivery that was. That's encouraging. A back of the length, and instead of bending back, and instead of bending back, held its line. Becomes very difficult for the left-hander from that angle.
Up it off. I like the approach of Asalanka. He's not looked to be playing all defensively, but he's looked to attack whenever the opportunity permits. Yes, he was lucky, looking to go over the top. Saman couldn't get underneath it, but he's shown intent. And that's, I think, very important, because you don't let that run rate get out of hand. You're looking for runs. Yes, you're playing a little bit more cautiously, but it's not about playing dots. It's about pushing those singles and twos, pouncing on opportunities.
And that's how the tide was turned for Pakistan when Hussain Talat and Salman Ali Agha got busy, looking for those singles, doubles, occasional boundary, and that reverted the pressure on opposition.
And also it's so important that you keep rotating the strike, left hand, right hand combination. That just makes you keep changing your line and length. It's a different kind of challenge if you're a bowling unit. Right, Bank Al-Fala, 1,100 plus branches. Ideal branch, ideal bank to open your current account. And do it from the nearest branch. And I can tell you will enjoy various free services and earn wonderful rewards. That's Bank Al-Fala for you.
Talking about banking, it's all about accumulating, isn't it? And that's what these two batters need to do. Accumulate.
And the reward here for Sri Lanka, of course, it's a win. So it's all to play for. Last ball of the over. Oh, a little unnecessary swish outside the off stump. That's a little bit careless. 126 for 3. .126 for 3, which means Sri Lanka needs to go at little less than 6.5 runs from here. 7 wickets in hand. This partnership, 36 of 58. We haven't really seen too much of the due yet, Amir, but it's due. So Sri Lanka must be hoping that the due that was due some time ago appears. But interesting stat about Sadira Samaravikrama. I've been told by Azim that his record in the second innings, that's when you chase, is better. He's averaging 37 close to 38, but batting first, it's under 30, 29.46. So that will encourage. It's so important if Samaravikrama can be consistent and living up to those numbers.
Are you suggesting that was the reason why Sri Lankan captain won the toss and decided to bat first?
Oh.
Ball first, beg your pardon.
That's all right. Well, that could be a reason. That could be one of the reasons. I'm only joking. It was the dew. I think Shaheen Shah was also quite keen to bowl first. But dew was a factor, but where is it? I mean, we did see the rope, but the towels aren't out. Gives himself a bit of room that time. Giving himself room, getting a single. So that will be Sri Lanka's plan. Well, not much of wind, so we do know that if the breeze picks up, that the dew generally doesn't show up.
But one thing is in favor of Sri Lanka, whether there is dew or not. The ball is coming onto the bat quite nicely. It's more conducive for batting now. And we haven't seen ball keeping low. Bounce has been consistent, so it tells you that this pitch has firmed up.
I mean, one thing that is quite apparent of the surface is the wickets. If you look at the wickets lost, they were good deliveries. Either extra pace or some excellent line and length by Haris Rao, but nothing to do with the surface, because Sri Lanka enjoyed it batting. And even now you could see that the ball hardly is doing anything. 129 for 3.
Golden Pearl Healthy White Moisturizing Lotion. अब और कोई नहीं, सिर्फ Golden Pearl का न्यूट्री सीरम वाला Healthy White Advanced Care Moisturizing Lotion. Love your skin.
129 for 3, so it's a real battle out here. It's a phase that both teams want to win. Haris Rao comes back because it's quite clear that the Pakistan captain is after wickets. He realizes that he just can't let a partnership progress or prosper. He needs wickets, so he's trying. He's mixing his bowlers around. 3 for 29 in his first 5 overs. And the Sri Lankan batters will obviously realize, as you said, that this surface is good. So you bat deep and bat and get close to the score, and then with wickets in hand, there's always the possibility of launching. And run rates in the modern game aren't too much of a factor if you have wickets in hand.
Important phase of the game, this. Pakistani premier fast bowler this evening has been brought back into the attack. Edged. It's flying and it's a boundary.
It's in fact the first boundary in 5 overs, but a welcome boundary for Sri Lanka. A bit of extra pace. Third man square, so that went fine to third for 4. Very useful runs at this stage. Sri Lanka will take it. Now 44 runs, this partnership. It's gradually settling in. Sri Lanka playing with far more of greater assuredness. Samaravikrama 29 of 37. Oh, that time leading edge. Did he play a bit too early?
Yeah, with this action, if as a bowler you start to get the ball to hold this line or move the ball away, becomes very difficult for the batters. Turned the face of the bat a bit too early, very lucky. It did fly to Salman Ali Agha.
.141, but I thought it stopped a little bit on him. Played a bit too early. The 166 is what Sri Lanka needs at this stage. And Haris Rauf, he's bowled 5 overs. Shaheen Shah would try him for 2 more, because he's obviously going to mix his bowlers around. And one thing about Pakistan, the luxury they have is they're playing with frontline bowlers. So you're looking at 4 fast bowlers, you're looking at a spinner. So those options are good.
And Saim Ayub hasn't bowled as yet. He's another wicket-taking option for Pakistan.
Yeah, we spoke about the 2 bowling combinations. Sri Lanka was 4 frontliners, and the 5th bowler was made up with, or was to be made up with 2 or 3 bowlers. But Pakistan, on the other hand, have gone in with a more frontline bowling attack. Those are the 2 teams. So Asita Fernando, Mais Theekshana, Chamira, Hasaranga playing the role of the frontline bowlers. Pakistan, on the other hand, 4 fast bowlers. Mohammad Nawaz with spin. Saim Ayub could bowl. So bowling options are good. Another dot. Over. 134 for 3. Sri Lanka Worm still slightly ahead. Left-hander on strike. With the left arm spinner on. But Nawaz, he's come in and virtually tried to close up one end and make it difficult, bowl more dots. But Amir, it's quite straightforward from a Sri Lankan point of view. I mean, you need to bat deep, you need to get a partnership and maybe try and get close, and then look to launch, have wickets in hand. So that's straightforward. Now Pakistan, on the other hand, has pulled it back, but the surface is looking good. I mean, whom do you think? Oh, good use of the feet. Lovely shot. That is very good cricket. That was inside out. Love the intent and beautiful execution.
That's Samra Vikrama's preferred stroke. I've seen him executing that stroke quite a few times. Most of the times he's in control. Couple of boundaries for Sri Lanka in last 2 overs. Now this is good. Single brings 50 runs.
Yeah, very important partnership this for Sri Lanka. They have stabilized it, they have stemmed it a bit, but still a lot of work to be done. Samara Vikrama has been the dominating factor. Sri Lanka, quite rightly, playing a second fiddle here because he understands the importance of batting deep. They've taken their time as well. They're starting to get runs. They've got 8 runs so far in the over. Right, it's the flicker-free moment. Download the app now and get the insurance you need on your fingertips. Still 2 balls to go in the over, and they got 7 runs already.
Yeah, you've spoken about trueness of this surface where the ball is coming onto the bat nicely. What Shaheen Shah Afridi should do. He's captain the side aptly, that's for sure. Now, all he needs to do is, batters are playing well, just stifle them. Force them to make a mistake. Keep on bowling miserly, keep on bringing right changes in the bowling attack. At times, like batters, patience is the name of the game for the captains and the bowlers. 142 for 3.
Right, 142 for 3. I certainly hear you about stifling bowling dots. Yeah, because 158 of 144 balls, that's not frightening. So this is a delicate situation because as a captain, you can't be too extravagant, look to attack too much. You might lose the grip. But on the other hand, you also got to be quite judicious. You've got to look for wickets. You can't, for the sake of trying to stifle, also let a partnership prosper so.
That's why he's brought back Haris Rauf. The intention is to pick up a wicket. Yes, there is no slip in place, no catcher around the bat. But situation is such, you actually reliant on a batsman's mistake. So for that, you need to be patient.
Yeah, this surface will determine a batsman's mistake as a real factor because the ball's coming onto the bat so nicely, and what Pakistan's doing is they have stepped back a little bit and they have looked to bowl, that's called a wide, they'll look to bowl with more discipline. So, as you correctly said, try and build that asking rate. Doing that, if Sri Lanka can get a wicket or two, or Pakistan, I beg your pardon, that will be a real bonus. Now that's the reason it's a wide, well over the shoulder.
Some people might be of the opinion that this is the time for the captain to experiment, but such a true wicket, this one. If your experimentation goes wrong, you leak. Or edged. And 4 runs.
See, runs like that won't help. So that's exactly what Pakistan doesn't want, and the experiment you're talking about can go wrong. So that's why that's well bowled. That's really well bowled. Found the outside edge. So at this stage, Pakistan doesn't have a slip. So that's a challenge as far as they're concerned. Nothing wrong with the delivery.
Yeah, he's been red hot, and the captain of Pakistani team can afford to place a slip. Now that's a good delivery. Deviation of the surface. Still getting it.
But I mean, now you spoke about bringing Haris Rauf back into the attack with the intention of getting wickets. So then, nothing wrong, no harm in having a slip, because you're looking to attack and looking for wickets, and that could have very nearly provided one.
Yeah, especially with the fact he's picked up wickets by beating batters with the pace. as the horse bolted. Now slip in place.
Oh, that time. Oh, taken. What a catch. What a catch. You just place a fielder there. And Sadira Samaravikrama obliges, but you need to take another look at that catch. That was simply magnificent. Babar Azam.
The horse didn't bolt. Timely fielder place there and been rewarded. What a delivery. Again, deviation of the surface and to match it. How about that catch? One-handed. It was flying. And a timely dive by Babar Azam. It's a stunning catch. Great grab. Pakistan needed a wicket. And they have got it. Broken the partnership. Sadira goes for 39. It's 147 for 4.
Janit Liyanage is the new batter, and Pakistan have got a very, very important wicket. 48 the average, closing in on 1,000 runs. Quite an impressive record for Janit Liyanage, with a strike rate close to little over 85, but this is an outstanding catch.
A combination of reflexes and athleticism combined, and a big wicket. And this partnership started to threaten. A rare mistake from Haris Rauf this evening, a wide delivery. He's been definitely red hot.
Yeah, and now look at the slips. They've given him 2. So Shaheen Shah realizes that he's got another opportunity. Another look at that catch. Look at where Sadira Samaravikrama is going at it and then playing a bit away from his body. Outstanding catch. Really outstanding catch. That was past him. That was past him. Go to the man at point. Well, Haris Rauf has been on fire. He just can't put a foot wrong. 4 for 40 into his 7th over. He's virtually broken the Sri Lankan batting order. Oh, look at that. Just look at how quickly he had to react. It was coming to him quickly and away from him. Right, it is a no ball, in fact, the last ball. So Janit Liyanage will get a free hit at this stage. It's a welcome opportunity for the new batter. Just face one delivery. But 151 of 140 balls is not out of Sri Lanka's reach, but they need a partnership. They need wickets in hand. Or goes over the top. And it's gone away. And the 150 is up for Sri Lanka. Just swung Janit Liyanage because that was the free hit.
To the annoyance of the fast bowler who's running in and giving everything. And that kind of an effort can be demoralizing. There's a much better fielder than that, Naseem Shah.
Completely wrong-footed him. Janit Liyanage just swung hard, which was the right thing to do. He gets off the mark. But Pakistan on the attack, they still continue to have those 2 slips. Haris Rauf on fire. And more runs here on the pads. That's 4 more. Should run away to the boundary. That's a much better shot. And 15 runs off that over, an eventful one. 157 for 4.
If you want to be fast and furious, you're bound to offer something to the batter. And LANKA was ready for it. Immaculate timing. Just use the pace. Roll of the wrist and a sweet result.
Well, Sri Lankans have had starts. 29 to Nisanka, 38 to Mishara. Samara Vikrama making 39, but what they're looking for is that big innings. Can Lanka provide it? Because they need a big innings and the others to bat around them, round that man. They got Kamidu Mendis to come in, Hasaranga to come in. With the left-arm spinner bowling, Nawaz bowling. Lanka has enjoyed left-arm spin, in fact. In ODIs, he's scored 446 runs against them. Just 7 dismissals, averaging 63, and the strike rate of 84. So he's enjoying left-arm spin.
But you have to give it to Nawaz. He has kept him on a leash. Bought too many dot deliveries already into his 4th over.
While still, I must say that Shaheen Shah is walking a very thin line here. He's got a wicket, but he still realizes that there's a lot left in the game. LANKA has, in the recent past, has proved to be a very reliable player for Sri Lanka. He's rescued them quite a few times when in trouble. And, sensible, just pushing the ball into gaps. Right, it is time to enjoy some tea, and fans, they brand of Pakistan.
You come from a land.
It's quite nice, in fact. It's quite nice, I must say. Now that's the first time I've seen that shot attempted. We haven't seen the reverse. The Sri Lankans haven't looked to sweep too much as well, obviously, with so much of pace. Sri Lanka looking to open up that area with that reverse.
And also, he attempted that stroke because he's not enjoying that line. He's been troubled. He's not getting anything. Sri Lanka, not even singles at his will. So it has been a very good effort from Nawaz after scoring those important runs for his side to finish the innings very strongly. He's come on and bowled miserly.
He's going at little over 4 runs and over. With Sri Lanka requiring over 6 runs and over, you're going at less than the required run rate. Last ball of the over. Oh, he goes big. He goes big. That's huge. That's into the crowd, Janit LANKA. What a shot to end the over. 9 runs off it. 166 for 4.
Right ingredients, right treatment, 100%. तो करें डैंड्रफ का सॉफ्टवेयर अपडेट with Hello Hair Anti-Dandruff Shampoo. Confidence 100%.
But then the adjustment, and look at how far it went. 166 for 4 at the end of 28, and it's time for some drinks.
गोल्डन पर्ल ब्यूटी क्रीम अब न्यू पैक और एडेड ग्लूटा सीरम के साथ बात बन जाए.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
Meet new Light and Glow BB Cream. Hydrates, skin को brighten and even tone करे, oil absorb करे, shrink pores और दे full coverage makeup look all day. Light and Glow BB Cream.
ऐसे स्टैट्स आते हैं ना कि शर्म भी आती है.
Sri Lanka required another 134 in 132 deliveries. The equation as they are 166 for 4. The last wicket to fall, that of Samara Vikrama. Once again, Haris Rauf into the wickets. The setup here, just back of a length, then bangs one short, goes back again, just back of a length, getting that outside edge, slightly fuller, slightly wider, and then repeats it. Beautiful. Draws Samara Vikrama out of the crease of that length where he prods at it, and water blind. Simply exceptional. That is some take. He's caught it behind him, traveling at the rate of knots. Wow. That is a wow factor, isn't it, Vakar?
Yes, it was. Magnificent catch. It was traveling. Very little time to react and flashed it behind him. Haris Rauf among the wickets once again, 4 for 49 in 7. Little expensive, but he's picking out wickets. That's the key. At this stage, what was the difference? Big difference. 54 runs ahead. Pakistan also lost 4 wickets at this stage. 112 required. When you're chasing, you're always on the edge. You lose wicket or 1 or 2 wickets, things can wrap up quickly. You can lose game very quickly. But if you put up a good partnership here, yeah, the key is these two. After this is Hasaranga, who is very much capable of batting, but then it's the bowlers. So a lot depends on these two. If they can carry on for another maybe 10 overs, things can really roll for Australia, for Sri Lanka, I beg your pardon. I love the way Haris Rauf operated today. Although he went for runs, but once he found the length, every delivery was asking questions.
And just on that, how important is it in terms of a bowler to understand the lines he's bowling in a setup, and more importantly to have the fielders in the right position? A touch to full. One bounce into the fielder at the sweeper boundary. Fahim Ashraf. Talk about that slip, because there was no slip for the first two deliveries to Samara Vikrama. And then you just have a look at this. Watch this. There's that outside edge again. That's a second delivery. And then they have a conversation. Babar comes in to slip. But more importantly, it was important for Haris Rauf to follow up. And then a stunner, plucks it out of thin air. Isn't it amazing when a plan comes together?
I think the mistake Samara Vikrama made was just walking into the shot. He actually pushed at it. Yes, he was struggling with the ball going away from him, but on that particular delivery where Babar took a beautiful catch, he just actually walked into the shot and pushed at it. And that is why it went quickly. It carried to Babar, who took a magnificent catch. From wide of the crease, bowling beautifully. 29 gone, 167 for 4. .133 required of 126. Saim Ayub into the attack. And out of the attack. One bounce into the fence. Little flight and delivery. Dealt beautifully.
Greetings to Mr. Saim Ayub of Charita Salanga, who's found it difficult out there. And in his 26 runs, it's actually his first boundary. That's how difficult he's found it in terms of timing. And goes again. This time the fielder is there. Oh, he just pouches it in time. Fahim Ashraf thought he had a good look at this. The momentum of the ball carries Fahim Ashraf over, but has he kept the ball in play? We will have a boundary check.
Great effort, one must say that. Was looking to play a similar shot. This time, ball bouncing a touch. Did he touch the rope? Did he touch the rope? I think he's okay. I have a feeling that it's just inside. Just inside. Is he touching that skirting? Is let the ball go? Maybe a different angle. Is that foot touching the rope? Have a look at that. Just look at that. The ball's gone. Ball has left his hand. So he's still in the air. So I think he's okay. That is some effort. Gone a little blurry, but I tell you, the ball is gone out of his hand. So I feel that he's done a good job releasing the ball at right time. Saved his team, what, 4 runs. Yeah, ball's gone out of his hand. So even if he's touching the rope, he's fine. That is brilliant effort.
Now the third umpire, TV umpire, looking for any movement of the advertising cushions on landing, but more importantly, whether he had the ball in hand. I just feel that it is a great effort, and it has been confirmed as well. So phenomenal effort on the boundary by Fahim Ashraf, saves 3, if not more. Yeah, good running. It's a good over. Just felt like LANKA was going to take down Saim Ayub in his first over. Could have been back-to-back boundaries. But so far, 7 of the first 3. Took the attack to Saim Ayub in the first 2 deliveries. Now Fahim Ashraf on that boundary is a little bit squarer. But there are runs available on the leg side. Does well. Babar gets a hand to that, and more importantly does not give away a single. Ground fielding has been really top-notch. Maybe barring that one catch of Fakhar Zaman, Pakistan's fielding overall has been really good.
Maybe 2 catches. One in the slip. You forgot?
Oh, yo! Yeah, long game this. Forgot about that. Yeah, this time to the right of Babar Azam. Doesn't quite get a hand. The over an expensive one. 12 off it, 179 for 4.
He made sure that he rolls his wrist, keep it down. Ball was going very quickly. Babar did try hard to stop that. It's neck to neck. Rauf picking up all 4 wickets. 20 overs remaining. 121 runs required. So this game is definitely on. Shine still got 4 overs remaining. Naseem Shah also got 4.
The first 2 overs, Naseem Shah went for a few. He was clubbed all around, went for 24 in his first 2. And since then, the other 4 overs he's bowled, he's only gone for 20. So since then just seems to have found the length that he's been wanting to hit and has been more consistent at it.
Normally bowls very well with the new ball. Was not the case this evening. But Kenny just fetches skipper a wicket here. 1 wicket here from Naseem Shah will make a huge difference.
The game hands is in the balance with this partnership. LANKA and Lianage in the middle. Both in that middle order since 2024 have the highest runs in one-day cricket. Batters from 4 to 7. Shahid LANKA over 1,000 runs. Lianage second on that list with 824. And both with great averages, 50 and 48 respectively. And more importantly, striking at 95 and 85 also. So that combination in that middle order has been extremely fruitful for Sri Lanka. That is what we are on about, reiterating and confirmation of those numbers. So if Sri Lanka are to chase this down, which will be the highest chase in one-day cricket against Pakistan, the 2 of them will have to go big. At the moment, 32 of 25, and those numbers are on their side. Still just under 20 overs left in this competition. Big appeal, big appeal. Felt like there was inside edge, then onto the pad. He's been under the spotlight. on multiple occasions as Yasif Yaqub, but Shaheen Shafidi has the reviews.
I doubt that Rizwan will support, but Shaheen said, no, I'm not listening to anyone. Let's go and check with the third umpire.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the feet placement, and it's a fair delivery. Let's start with front, please. Ball passes very close to the bat. Need to check that with ultra rage. Okay, just roll back once again. And roll back and move one frame by frame, please. Slowly. Just roll back once again. Looks to me that the ball has hit the bat first. Do you have anything else to show me that the ball has hit the pad first? Okay, just roll back once again and roll back, little back, and roll it slowly, frame by frame from there. I can see the ball has hit the bat before hitting the pad. Satisfied. Asif will be staying with your not out decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
Great on-field call from Asif Yaqub. On confirmation, Pakistan also lose their review. It was almost at the face of the bat, pouching into the flap of the pad.
I think Shaheen and Party were hoping that it would just clip the pad on the way, because if that would have hit the clip of the pad, then the ball was traveling toward the stumps, but it hit the bat first. The right decision made by third umpire. It's been a good over so far. No runs been given, and tight lines, tight lengths. I think that's what's required now. A couple of really good overs. Even if you don't pick up a wicket, that run rate can go up, and that will create pressure on Sri Lanka.
One down to third. 180 for 4. Thirty-one overs done in the chase. Sri Lanka 180 for 4. Required another 120. The required rate just a touch over 6 runs and over. Mohammad Nawaz will continue. Protection down the ground.
Mohammad Nawaz was removed for 1 over. Saim Ayub was given the ball, and it didn't work. 12 runs of Saim Ayub's first over, and Shaheen decided to go back to Nawaz.
Nicely timed. On both occasions, you just seen a bit of an intent with a forward press. Whether if Nawaz does give the ball a little bit of air, Lian again not afraid to jump down the track. 34, the partnership, and in quick time as well, just over 30 deliveries. So they've kept up with the pace, LANKA and Lianage. What they need is a partnership similar to that of Hussain Talat and Salman Ali Agha. Twisting the field to the left-hander. So there is deep mid-wicket on the fence where he picked up those couple of boundaries to Saim Ayub, did LANKA. Careful with that sweep shot.
Most of the left-arm spinners, they don't like bowling to the left-hander batters. They like the right-hander batters, and Nawaz happy to bowl to Liange. LANKA is looking to sweep him, trying to unsettle him. Against Liange, he's a lot more at ease. Again, tapped it down to point fielder for 1. And that's all they need. They need to just keep rotating. Excellent bowling. Because LANKA was looking to sweep, Nawaz could have easily thought that he's going to go for sweep again. Extra bounce, extra kick. Ball didn't spin. He was expecting the ball to turn, and he played for spin. And a great work. Wonderful, great, superb stumping by Rizwan. And that's what I was talking about. Losing wicket at this stage could be a problem. LANKA gone for 32, 183 for 5.
Kamindu Mendes makes his way out into the middle to his 25th game. He does have 3 50s. What he now needs to do is give all the support down the other end to Lianage. Excellent over. The wicket with the 3 runs from Nawaz. 32 done. It's 183 for 5.
Right ingredients, right treatment, 100%. तो करें डैंड्रफ का सॉफ्टवेयर अपडेट with Hello Hair Anti-Dandruff Shampoo. Confidence 100%.
Tries the big shot and travels the distance. What a welcome to Naseem Shah. 6 to start the over.
Zero fear. Liange just lost his skipper from the other end previous over. No respect shown at all. A good length delivery has been really pondered for 6. Using the long handle.
Hit fine ball.
Play that shot. The skipper, LANKA, sweeping the ball nicely. Just only uses and also going across. Have been better off straighter.
Time throughout the innings, 32 of 49. The laboured inning throughout. Like we were in fact talking about that Lanka only requiring a runner ball. Partnership 36-33, the point where he lost the wicket. Rotation try going. Would have five. As well mentioning, Liang looks a fantastic player. Big is the
is coming. Must be very for you coming to Karachi.
what I'm now trying to convince my producer, has got a post-match presentation. There might be a lot of chatter and not words coming. So if you fail to pick up what I'm apologize in advance.
No, there we go. Beautiful delivery. Came in sharply, nice and full, hit the top of the off stump. Wow.
And with that, you feel the Sri Lankan chances just diminish. And that is a peach of a delivery. Length, hits top of off, zings go flying, and Pakistan celebrate. First wicket tonight, appreciated by his captain. Pakistan hunting one after the other. Liang goes for 28, Sri Lanka 191 for 6.
Still struggling to understand what sort of shot was that, because it was a very good length delivery and he was just trying to chop at his bat coming from right to left rather than coming straight. Feet didn't move at all and the ball just sneaked through the gap. Hasaranga normally plays aggressively. That's his stretch this partnership for a little longer and then maybe he plays his national game. We have to wait and see how he plays his national game. We have to wait and see how he reacts.
Look at the asking rate, still at 6.5. So in the modern game, that is extremely achievable. The problem Sri Lanka have is that they've lost 6 wickets now. Few partnerships built. 85 was the first wicket stand and they suddenly lost 3 for chip. Then a 37-run partnership. At the same time, you look at Pakistan, they were 150 for 4. It was a time where Salman and Hussain Talat were just trying to step on the gas. The partnership was brewing. Sri Lanka are far ahead, but because of the 2 wickets, that is a huge point of difference in the game. That is a huge point of difference in the game. 2 new batters. Beautiful strike. That is class and timing all around it. 197 for 6.
Bowled such a good over. till this last delivery. More flight, bit of room, mid-off up in the circle. That was just a hit-me delivery. .103 required of 96. Game still in the balance. It's only Sri Lanka losing too many wickets in cluster. They need another partnership of 50 or 60 runs to challenge Pakistan. Pakistan on top. What they're looking to do is they're looking Pakistan on top. What they're looking to do is they're looking for wickets. And I think that's the right way to go. Keep searching wickets. And this will become hard for Sri Lanka. He's talking about his new ball spell, which he didn't bowl well.
Or was it dinner plans when you meet in Lahore later? Yeah, it's great stuff. It's such a beauty of the game, with the old and the new, metaphorically old. Legends of the past, the modern day stars in the making come together. Change point of views. Brilliant to watch.
He's bowling much better. He's in control, hitting the lengths right. I think the older ball he's enjoying more. That one deviated. And look at the way the bat is coming from. And the feet did not move at all. When you have a delivery which swings back like that, you have to move your feet. And you also got to make sure that you bring your bat down straighter.
He's on his best. He's on his best form and rhythm. Once again, very similar. Of a decent pace as well. And consistently there. That's also another difference in terms of rhythm and stamina when it's going your way. Even in your second and third spell, having bowled into his 9th over now, you can consistently maintain that pace.
Yeah, early on he was just trying too hard, and sometimes when you try too hard and look for all sorts of deliveries, you can lose the shape, and that's what happened with him. So crucial to just keep things very simple early on, because the batters are new. They're also sort of trying to survive, and you have a reputation as a bowler with the new ball. But no, wasn't the case early on, but bowling beautifully now. 197 for 6.
गोल्डन पर्ल ब्यूटी क्रीम अब न्यू पैक और एडेड ग्लूटा सीरम के साथ बात बन जाए।
.90. That's what Sri Lanka need. Pakistan, well, at the moment, you'd feel that they got a hold on this game. Mohammad Nawaz, you'd feel that they got a hold on this game. Mohammad Nawaz. Yeah, starting his 7th over. Or challenge the score. Coming the Mendes is good striker of the ball and reads situations well. But for me, the key is Hasaranga. His contribution, key is Hasaranga. His contribution, how he manages this partnership, will only determine where this game goes.
Yeah, talking about Hasaranga, he looks out of sorts when he's facing Naseem Shah or any other pace bowler. Footwork is not there, hence no timing. But credit should be given to Mohammad Nawaz. Given the surface, he has really bowled well. Not a lot of turn available from this surface, but still bowled intelligently. And picked up important wicket of Asalanka, captain of Sri Lanka. In the air. Falls way short of the fielder.
Mohammad Nawaz thought that Haris Rauf should have attacked that, but I didn't think he had any chance at all. Was not getting there at all. Ayub brought in to try and ease the burden, went for 12 off the 1 over, but the 4 seamers, they've been pretty impressive. Especially Haris Rauf, the 4 wickets. He usually is expensive, but he gives you those strikes. 200 up for Sri Lanka, 100 runs away.
Yeah, when you play Haris Rauf as a captain, you should be prepared that he's going to leak runs. But the important factor is, if he keeps on picking you wickets and give control, job well done. Like this evening. Pakistan was down and out. The openers were doing so well. And then introduction of Haris Rauf.
Hit well. He's got the gap. Hasaranga going on side. You rarely see that. Always targets extra cover. This is refreshing.
Yeah, that's where the gap was. And the ball is not turning a lot. And as a batter, you can afford to hit the ball against the turn. And also across the line. Yeah, that was a good hit. At times, bowlers, they need to admit that.
Eight runs off the Mohammad Nawaz over. 205 for 6. Shine Shah Afridi back into the attack. Naseem Shah, last couple of overs, brilliant. He bowled and made over as well. 1 for 53 with 1 over to go, Amir. I would have bowled him right now, just to let that rhythm go through.
And especially with the fact that Hasaranga was very uncomfortable against Naseem Shah. There was no footwork. He was trying to play the ball from the crease, was beaten quite a few times. Confidently played.
Shaheen Shah around the wicket trying to cramp Hasaranga. Just spoke about how he approaches spin as well. Favors that offside. Batting to come, Dushmanta Chamira, Mahesh Tikshana and Asita Fernando. That's not a lot there.
And hence, it's highly imperative for these two batters to forge a partnership here. Plenty of overs left. That's a good delivery.
Pakistan at this stage of their innings were 166 for 4, 40 runs behind. Partnership between Hussain Talat and Salman Ali Agha starting to build momentum at this stage. With the wickets falling in the Sri Lankan innings, that white line, white worm, which was flying early, now changing direction towards the green worm.
Yeah, surprisingly, we haven't seen a lot of control from Shaheen Shah Afridi this evening. That happens. You don't fall into a good rhythm, and hence you start to spray the ball around. But his second spell was impressive.
Runs with the shot, they get it. Good understanding between these two. You need to look at each other's face and then respond. Yep, signs of dew. It doesn't look like it's Sri Lanka's highest successful chases. We're talking against Pakistan here in ODIs. The highest 289 in Dambul in 2009. Here, they're chasing 300. 91 more required. 78 balls remaining. The required rate around 7. So all those numbers very much manageable. But just the 4 wickets in hand. Fahim Ashraf. Picking up those singles, which is a good thing. It's not all about the boundaries. Get closer, that's what they'll be thinking. Maybe bat till the 42nd, 43rd, then reassess and see what you need to do. But until then, keep chipping away.
Yeah, the situation requires from these two batters to stay busy. Keep on working the ball into the gaps. Ali, Pakistani captain, plenty to think about.
There have been some outstanding efforts here today. Bowled by Ashraf. Bottom edge on to the stumps, and it's the big wicket of Kamindu Mendes.
He's an able exponent of those slow deliveries. And so many times we have seen him picking up wickets with those deliveries. And once again, breaks the partnership. Obliged the captain who brought him in to the attack for this. Break the partnership. Mendes goes for 9. 210 for 7 Sri Lanka.
Dusman Tatamira, an average of 12, his highest score 29. He's with 90 required. He's got Hasarangar at the other end. It's a steep mountain to climb. Just at the right time, Pakistan always able to pick up those wickets.
Yeah, disguised it quite nicely. Couldn't pick that slow delivery, lack of bounce, worked for the bowler. Is growing in confidence as a cricketer. Fahim Ashraf, he contributes with the bat and then picks up important wickets.
Lots of starts for the Sri Lankan batters, plenty of 30s and 20s. Now if Pakistan continue to be clumsy as they have been throughout this bowling effort, extras could end up being the highest scorer in the Sri Lankan innings. Already 25, lots of wides, 21.
But there were situations, Russell, where Sri Lanka started to threaten Pakistan. But you have to give credit to Shaheen Shah Afridi, who stayed calm and kept on thinking about how to bring downfall of Sri Lankan batters. It's been good captaincy and the bowlers responding to captain's call. That's why no batsman was allowed to go big.
Good over from Ashraf. Sri Lanka 210 for 7. Harish Rauf, the standout. 4 wickets. The first 3 that he picked up. So important. Sri Lanka were running away with it. 85, the opening partnership. Look, we're talking about Pakistan's bowlers wavered at certain times, but when required, they've been able to hit those lines and lengths. But what stands out for me though, fielding. Babar Azam, watch this. It's gone past him, it's flying. It's Harish Rauf bowling in the 140s.
Yeah, he was placed in the slip for that particular delivery, and he was anticipating the ball to come to him. That's why he was alert and agile.
Hard to practice those though.
Correct, instinctive. That was a reflex catch from Babar Azam. There must have been able to stun the batter. Oh, I'm unlucky. But stellar performer for Pakistan, Harish Rauf.
Bring him on now, give him the opportunity to pick up 5. Runs have dried up. What a game it's been. Ebbed and flowed right through. In the Pakistan innings, it was a tale of 2 halves. First half, a struggle with the bat, with the Sri Lankan bowlers strangling the batters, and then suddenly partnership between Talat and Salman Ali Agha. 4, nicely timed by Hasaranga, but with an offer from the captain.
That's what he likes. A bit of room outside the off stump, and he favors offside. Doesn't move around much in the crease. Stays still and then uses pace and also the width. Yeah, throughout. This ODI has been very engrossing. Like you said, it ebbed and flowed, scales tipped, but now Pakistan in charge. You could easily say they have the stranglehold of the game.
But not enough. Picked up 7 wickets. The rate rising rapidly, the required rate. When you look at the bowlers available for Shaheen Shah, he's got 2 overs after this. Nasim's got 1 remaining, Rauf 2, Fahim Ashraf, he's been very impressive. Probably the least threatening out of the 4 seamers, but look at his figures, 1 for 20 off 6. He can turn whichever way he wishes. Shaheen Shah Afridi, 217 for 7.
New Light and Glow BB Cream hydrates skin को brighten and even tone करे, oil absorb करे, shrink pores और दे full coverage makeup look all day. Light and Glow BB Cream.
$299 for 5. Pakistan made with until that innings ended. We never thought they'll get there, because it was somewhat a struggle start of the innings or the first 25 overs. Well, this is the type of time that a player like Chamir can really even surprise himself. 29 is high score. We saw that. Face scores. The struggle in the first 10, but Sri Lanka coasting. Number of wickets that have fallen. And power play to the second phase of the innings is the problem that Sri Lanka faced.
He clocks around 130, 34 for him, Ashraf. With that pace at this level, as a bowler, you need to be clever. And the reason why he's been successful in the recent past, he has exploited the conditions fully. That was a quickish delivery. Harid Hasaranga.
I think this will be a massive win for Pakistan. They won the series against South Africa just last week, 2-1. In the two games they did win, were chasing. On this occasion, gone out there, got a big score and looking to defend it. The ODI rankings, which are important, generally determines who qualifies for the World Cup going forward. Pakistan at the moment ranked 5th, Sri Lanka ranked 4th.
Yeah, Pakistan performances last year and early this year, they were not great. But you have to give credit to the selectors and PCB. They're stuck with this. They ignored quite a few failures, kept on giving them a good run, and now
push another fielder outside the circle. A maximum of 5, that would... He's got 2 overs remaining. Picked up 4 wickets. He's brought back. Bowled quickly. Most importantly, bowled pretty straight.
and bowled with searing pace. A stellar performer for Pakistan in this outing. Pakistan was desperately looking for a breakthrough. He was the one who initiated it, and from there on kept on picking up wickets, had the opposition under pressure. made things easier for his captain. And he deserved 5 wickets haul.
Well, opportunity definitely there. Gets that all wrong. Five for 18. Haris Rao's best figures. So he'll have to pick up 2 wickets here if he wants it to be his best effort. 1 wicket would still leave that 5 for 18 on top of the list because of the runs conceded. Against Afghanistan in Hambantota. Getting a bit of seam movement. Hence, the line wrong. He's not expecting that. He's expecting the ball to go straight through. But the jag into the right-hander is taking it way past leg stump.
What was refreshing with Haris Rauf's bowling this evening, we all know that he brings the ball back into the batsman consistently. Going down. Too much angle.
1 review remaining. He's got no support. He went straight to Rizwan. He's got no support. He went straight to Rizwan. But nothing from his mate, hence he walks back. He thought he had his 5th. There we go. He's wide of the crease as well, so the angle definitely taking it down leg side. Now Pakistan have a problem though. Going forward. I think Abrar Ahmed is a big part of this team. Not playing today in this post, but looking at how this team has performed, how do you see that? Bringing him back for the second ODI, who do you leave out? These are good headaches to have though.
You're trying to ask me who is going to be sacrificial lamb? Is that the question?
Well bowled again. Yeah, these are the headaches you want to have. Abrar is a mystery spinner. On good pitches, he's the one who can get you wickets for sure.
Especially on a pitch like this, if you have the opportunity to bowl first, Abrar can be handy, no doubt about it. Yeah, Naseem Shah struggled with the new ball, but he really bowled well in his second spell. Haris exceptional. Shaheen Shah Afridi decent. So I think it's going to be a choice between Abrar and Fahim Ashraf.
But plenty to think of though.
Like you suggested, it's a headache, isn't it? But a good one. Pakistan has been craving for this headache. He's been decent, Chamira. It's 2 to 5 for 7.
Watching Pakistan bat, I thought it's a new ball pitch. But the ball is harder, the seam standing out. You hit the seam, you're getting something out of the pitch, and that's why Pakistan struggled early. But it was totally the other way around when Sri Lanka came out to bat. The new ball was easy to pick off.
And if you talk about Sri Lanka, you know, they missed a frontline bowler. How do you think the captain is going to make the adjustment?
Well, Tikshana really needs to be looked at. Didn't make much of an impact, and over the last year or so hasn't really picked up many wickets. So that's where the third seamer could come in. A third seamer definitely would have been handy here today. Just to follow up on the good work Chamira and Asita Fernando did with the new ball. Yes, Janit Lianage got through 6 overs, but was not a wicket-taking threat. All 3 ODIs to be played here in Rawalpindi. And then we move on to the T20 triangular where Zimbabwe join the 2 teams. We start off in Rawalpindi and then move to Lahore. He gave it pace and gets cracked through the offside.
Yeah, if you miss your length, Hasaranga is a capable batsman. Stayed leg side to create that room to hit the ball into the gap with power.
Everything wrong about that from Mohammad Nawaz, because I think he bowled it seam up, he bowled it short, he bowled it wide. You are getting spanked. Edge doesn't carry. That's a better line to bowl to. Hasaranga looked to cramp him up and force him to hit leg side. He's now got mid-wicket in play as well. Wants to keep the strike, Hasaranga. Ends the 42nd. Sri Lanka 234 for 7.
.234 for 7. Sri Lanka got 8 overs left to try and get 66 runs. I don't think that's the problem. The problem is the wickets column. 3 wickets only left. So that's asking for a lot if you're chasing 300. Lot will depend on this man who punches it. Half stop. Only a single. There's so much that Hasaranga could do. What matters, Waka, is the support he's going to get at the other end. Chamira has made 4 of 13. So Hasaranga will have to make sure that he keeps the strike and also not let this run rate get out of hand. But it's a tall order. It is a very tall order.
Yeah, the last hope Sri Lanka's got is Hasaranga. If he stays out there till the end, and if Chamira can just sort of hang around, doesn't matter, even if he takes few extra delivery. Have a look at that ball just rolling on the field. There's plenty of dew now. The ball's getting very damp. That's where the towels are out, trying to keep it nice and dry. There you go. Not easy when the ball gets damp. It gets very soapy. It's hard to control the ball, to grip the ball. So that's why I feel with the Hasaranga still out there, I don't think Sri Lanka should lose hope. Just one good over, two good overs, things can change very quickly.
Goes through the offside. But that's the very reason that Sri Lanka will be kicking themselves. We're talking about Dew. You spoke about the slippery ball, the difficult ball to grip. But if you look at the Sri Lankan batting, unfortunately, nobody's really gone on and made that big score. They've all got their 30s and 40s. And no big partnership other than that first wicket. And this is exactly what Sri Lanka was hoping when they won the toss, the Dew.
I can think of the two occasions where things changed toward Pakistan. One, of course, Babar Azam's brilliance in the slip cordon. Took a very, very good catch. I think that made a big difference. And then Sri Lanka playing that shot. It was not needed then. The run rate was in control. All he needed was just to stay out there and keep rotating strike. Things would have been a lot better. And I'm sure Sri Lanka sitting in the dugout will be thinking, why have I done that? He was on 32 of 49. He was going quite well.
This time he finds the offside. Might pick the gap, he does. These are useful runs for Sri Lanka. That required rate is around 8 runs and over. But compare it with runs versus balls, 58 of 43. But again, the critical factor, Baka, are the 3 wickets that they're holding on to.
Yeah, that's why I say Hasaranga is the man. If he keep going like this with the Dew, good start of the over for Saranga and Sri Lanka. Back on facing the next delivery, hit it in the gap, and he was very clear in his calling that we are looking for 2. I'm the one who should be facing more deliveries, and rightly so. This ball now skids very quickly off the turf. Not that easy to even run out people just to get the right idea where the ball is going to be, because it comes quickly sometime, and sometime with the dampness it sticks in the ground. But it is coming very nicely off the surface now. What a delivery out of nowhere. And that is the problem. Hasaranga 100% thinking that how am I going to play that delivery? Because he was expecting the ball to come in with the angle. Ball just seaming away.
Just look at his position, Hasaranga's position. He was playing away from his body, as you said, playing for the angle. Just left the right-hander brilliantly bowled. Brilliant line. Just beating the outside edge. Wants to, but they'll be... Just get a single. So now Sri Lanka 54 of 39. So they'll want to bat as deep as possible. Maybe if they can get through this pair, maybe to the last 2 or 3 overs. So that might be interesting.
Bat the remaining overs. Sri Lankan batters, even if it gets to the last man, just make sure that you bat the entire quota of overs. You never know. With the ball coming on the bat nicely, just need one big over and that's it.
And deliveries like this. That wasn't called a wide. For a moment I thought it went down the leg side.
According to the new rules, if you move from your stance and the ball stays in that blue line on the right of your picture, that cannot be called wide.
So there goes the explanation. Alex Wolf indicating that. And this is down to long on the bounce. For a moment I thought that it would go down the throat of the man at long on, but he didn't get hold of it.
Hasaranga is going to go and talk to him, talk to Chamira and tell him that we're not out of this game yet. You don't have to be silly and play shots like that. Just look for single. But Roshan, us tail enders, we have different ideas.
Beautiful, but cannot beat the fielder at extra cover. It's a very good over. 247 for 7.
Meet New Light and Glow BB Cream. Hydrates, skin को brighten and even tone करे, oil absorb करे, shrink pores और दे full coverage makeup look all day. Light and Glow BB Cream.
Down to the last 6 overs now at the corresponding stage. Pakistan was looking fingers on top of it, and Chamira not in a position. He was looking to play it over mid-wicket. A fairly simple Sri Lanka's problems. So he walks back for 7 of 19 balls. Sri Lanka 247 for 8.
Yeah, poor shot. Had no control over it, and don't need to sort of play that shot. Already lost 7 wickets, and losing another one is not going to help the cause. Hasaranga will be disappointed. Jayasuriya will be very disappointed on that shot. That's why he's scratching his head, and rightly so. Fahim picking up his second. He's bowled quite nicely, just quietly.
Mahesh Theekshana on strike. Well, that's what they want. That is exactly the game plan. Get the set batter on strike. And that's the best chance Sri Lanka has.
Yeah, saw him coming down the pitch. Fahim. He might not have that sort of pace which Haris Rauf have, but he's very smart. Bangs it short and pick up a wicket for himself. 52 of 33 deliveries. Now it's job of Hasaranga to just play more deliveries. Even if he has to play dot deliveries, look for boundary now. Quite run rate over 9 now.
3 balls left in the over. It's hit par, in fact hard. Straight to mid-off. Good intent, good thinking, because mid-off was inside the circle. He was looking to beat that man at mid-off. That was 4. But just a single.
He's still not bothered. He's just making sure that he takes a single and allow the new batter to face the deliveries. I thought he will be more smarter and play more deliveries.
A dot. Straight to the man at point. So that run rate is now closing in on 10. 9.87. 51 of 31. And now they've met. Starting to hug each other. Pakistan worm, now that he is on the ascendancy, he's going up.
That's when Mohammad Nawaz was batting. And that knock of 38 in no time put Pakistan in a driving seat. Could have been out. Should have been out. Very lazy effort from Rizwan. He should have come on to the stumps. Both the batters were just standing in the middle. No understanding at all. A good call from the batter, but look at Rizwan. Ran to the stumps and collected the ball right next to the stump. Ran to the stumps and collected the ball right next to the stumps. He was nowhere near. Could have been another wicket for Pakistan.
250 for 8. The 3-match ODI series, the first game played today, and then Cricket Stadium, and the final game of the 3-match series on the 15th of November. That's where after which the triangular series involving Zimbabwe starts. That's a T20 version. Nicely worked behind square leg. Just a single. I like Mahesh Theekshana's approach because he's looking to try and give Hasaranga the strike. 49 of 29. Now Hasaranga needs to go because that run rate is over 10 runs and over.
It's up to him now. You cannot leave it to Tikshana. You just got to take charge and look for boundaries now. If Sri Lanka had to win this game, Hasaranga has got to score maybe 65-7 now. Cannot leave it for too long. Still happy to rotate the strike.
They're trying to drag it deep. That seemed to be the plan, so that's why they are even looking to take those singles. Hasaranga's having faith in Tikshana to try and rotate the strike, but this is the time that Sri Lanka needs at least one boundary and over. Singles aren't going to help because at this stage the run rate will climb, and it tends to climb rather rapidly. Now over 10 runs and over, 48 of 28. That's gone fine, but only a single. Sri Lanka hasn't hit a boundary of the last 16. In fact, the last boundary 16 balls ago. So that's a long time waiting.
I know Sri Lanka or Hasaranga wants to take the game deep, but this is deep now. Because if you go into the last maybe 2 to 3 overs, this run rate will be what, 13, 14 maybe, and it might be just too late then. You don't want this run rate to creep further than that.
That is exactly the point. That is exactly the point. You just can't afford with your tail enders to have a run rate at around 12 or 13 going into the last 3 overs. So Hasaranga needs to move, needs to take a few risks. It's now or never.
You think Tikshana will take some risk now?
Somebody needs to, because they need to make sure that the run rate doesn't get out of hand. But the best person to do that has to be Hasaranga. See, at this stage, singles are fine by Pakistan. They don't mind it. In fact, they'll get an overthrow. That's a bonus run, but Pakistan will be very comfortable, knowing that that asking rate is now hovering around 11.
Yeah, as long as Tikshana is facing, I think Shaheen will not mind that overthrow. Although, ideally, you don't want to see this. Every run should be stopped. But Tikshana facing means Pakistan will be a little bit more at ease. 44 required now of 25.
Well, the best they can hope for is a boundary here. Doesn't. Bowls a short delivery at dot one. 256 for 8. .256 for 8. Interestingly, at the corresponding stage, Pakistan were 252 for 5. So they were 4 runs behind Sri Lanka, run rate wise, still ahead. But the problem is, if you look at that, 8 wickets down, very little batting to show. Right now, Sri Lanka's getting a bonus here, where they got an extra fielder in. There's Dew on the ground, an extra fielder in the 30-yard circle. Wide. I think he's going to ask as to where the ball pitched. Was it outside that, on the pitch, or outside the pitch? That's the question. Tikshana had an issue like that. Let's see. I think it landed. It landed on the pitch, so that's wide. Yeah, wide has been signalled.
Two men on the offside and two men on the onside patrolling the boundary. Big gaps available. And played it over the top of Shaheen, who was at mid-off. And that's raced away for 4. First boundary in 20 deliveries.
A welcome boundary from a Sri Lankan point of view. That gap between runs and balls now 16, 39 of 23. Hasaranga taking a chance, mid-off, slightly deep, hitting it on the up.
This dew is not only going to help the ball to skid onto the bat, it's also going to help to skip off the turf. It will go to the boundary quickly. So this game's still on. 39 required of 23. Normal circumstances, wickets in hand. This is walk in the park.
Well, just 2 wickets in hand, so that's a challenge, that's a fight. He plays it, oh, well fielded, well fielded. That was 4. Few yards either side. That's good piece of fielding.
They're anxiously looking from the dressing room. Just needed to play a little bit late, a little bit finer. They haven't lost hope yet. But now Thikshana has got to be clever here. I know you see big gaps when the extra fielder comes inside and you feel like going after the bowling. Got to be watchful, careful. Hasaranga, you got to give him the support he's looking for. Like that, that's good batting.
And they've already got 7 runs of 3 legal deliveries. So that's an excellent start for Sri Lanka. 37 of 21. So if they can get one big over.
Yeah, if you look at the bowling card, Shaheen is done. Naseem Shah has got 1 left, 1 for Rauf. And then there is 1 over. A spinner's over. One of these guys, Mohammad Nawaz or Saim Ayub, have to bowl 1. So maybe Hasaranga is eyeing on that.
This time through the offside. Only a single. Good call. So this is good batting. This is really good batting by the Sri Lankan pair. They made 17 of 15. The partnership.
Fahim Ashraf not giving any fielders inside the circle. So you want the batter to make the move, the pace. Look at those 2 fielders on the left of your picture inside the circle. Look at those 2 fielders on the left of your picture inside the circle. That might be out. This might be a wicket here. No, it's just landed between the 2 fielders.
That's the very thing we were talking about. Thikshana looking to take the aerial route. And the ball landing in no man's land. Slower ball, lucky. 3 fielders converging, but nobody getting there. Sri Lanka sneaks another run, so 9 runs in the over so far. Now 9 runs in the over so far. Now they need a boundary. If they can get a boundary, single off this ball, bound. And that's the boundary they're after, and that's exactly what they get. That is the half century for Wanindu Hasaranga, 50 of 45 balls. He's 50 in ODIs. Of course, first since November 2022. But more importantly, first since November 2022. But more importantly, Sri Lanka are down to 31 runs of the last 3 overs. 269 for 8.
pace was presented. And the dugout, very pleased with the effort from Hasaranga. And he's saying, I'm still out there. I'm still searching for a victory. "13 runs was scored previous over. Required run rate come down to 10.33.
Haris Rauf. The man with the golden arm, he's done all. Haris Rauf. And Sri Lanka will be hoping that Hasaranga will profit. Extra pace. Now third men down. Point was in. Now deep backward point. Goes down to the boundary because that's Hasaranga's area. Short fine and short third. In fact, backward point comes in as well. So he can have just 4 fielders outside the circle. So mid-wicket goes out. And so is Squaleg and long on, but Hasaranga is very strong on the offside. Right, that will be the area. That will be where he will be aiming, Vanindu Hasaranga, and he gets a boundary.
Hasaranga likes to play that shot. And if you want to keep the third man up in the circle, you cannot give the pace to this man. Even this went in the air for a bit, but went. That's not good captaincy. Bringing in the mid-wicket fielder, pushing the third man back on the boundary. Arms waving all around. That's what happens.
Two again, 2 is the call, but they'll be happy with 1. Right, 23 of 13. What would Tikshana do? Will he be given the license to go after?
I don't think he should be given the license. I don't think he should be given the boundary with fielders inside the circle. That'll be a huge bonus at this stage of the game. With him hitting a boundary this next over, first delivery.
And another short one. And Tikshana survives. So we are down to the last 2 overs. Sri Lanka 277 for 8.
गोल्डन पर्ल ब्यूटी क्रीम अब न्यू पैक और एडेड ग्लूटा सीरम के साथ बात बन जाए।
Absolutely neck and neck at the end of 48 overs. 277 for 5, 277 for 8. But at that stage, Pakistan had 2 set batters. And here just Hasaranga. Hasaranga has to do everything with Tikshana in support. So there's a slight difference.
I don't think Tikshana has done badly. He's faced 12 deliveries for his 9 partnership. Just have a look at the partnership. That's the key. They both put 30 of 23 deliveries. So that's why they all gathered. They can sense that there might be a victory coming in their way. Oh, just missed out. Missed out on a half volley.
He will be kicking himself mid-off inside the circle, extra cover inside the circle. And that was a half volley. He has definitely missed out on an opportunity.
I don't think he was expecting the ball to be that full. He was searching for a short delivery. He was looking for a cut, and then he saw the length and decided to play that drive, but it was a little late. Dot delivery to start off. That's a good start for Pakistan. Need a real good over from Naseem Shah.
And hits it hard and passes the fielder. And it's picked up in the deep. Couple of runs. That was timed sweetly with a lot of power. 21 of 10.
Just the fielder at cover got a hand on it. That's the reason why it just didn't go to the boundary. And Roshan Abasinghe is just on his feet, on his toes. He can also sense something.
It's about getting a good look. There's so much attention everywhere. Both dressing rooms. We're left with 10 deliveries and they need 21. Well bowled, very well bowled. That's a brilliant delivery. Followed Hasaranga. He was making himself some room to go over mid-off, and Naseem Shah just followed him.
Yeah, previous delivery was a slower one, only 118 kilometers an hour, and this one just good pace on the toes. Fantastic scenes here at Rawalpindi. 21 of 9.
3 precious deliveries in the over from Naseem Shah. And he hits it straight down to long on. Has it cleared the fielder? It hasn't. So Pakistan get the prize wicket and Babar Azam the catcher. Wanindu Hasaranga, the last hope for Sri Lanka, goes.
So close, but so far away. Excellent knock from Hasaranga. Comes to an end. It was a good hit. Just wanted a little bit more on it. Babar Azam in the deep. Stayed calm, collective, and took it comfortably. It's not over the wayside, so no issues, no problem there. I think Hasaranga wanted to go a little straighter. Babar Azam, second time around, fetching a brilliant catch. 59 for Hasaranga. Sri Lanka 279 for 9 now.
Asita Fernando comes out at number 11. Just 8 deliveries left. Doesn't really carry too much of credentials as a batter, Asita. Just 7 runs in his 26 games. But Hasaranga was the last hope. And what an innings. I mean, he was Sri Lanka's top scorer. 59 or 52. And naturally, he'd be disappointed. He was looking to go over the top. Very nearly succeeded. And oh, lucky, almost saved the off stump. So 21 of 7. And naturally, this camp looks happier. And this is another look.
Got a little big on him, Hasaranga. He could have dragged it to mid-wicket maybe, but because he made up his mind to hit straight. Just the ball coming in. Didn't really middle it. Few more yards. Things would have been totally different. Babar Azam, brilliant in the field today.
Yeah, one outstanding catch in the slips, and this is very well taken under pressure at long on. Last ball of the over. And he keeps it out. But a very good over from Nasim Shah. It is 279 for 9, Sri Lanka. We're down to the last over, and Sri Lanka need 21 runs of just 6 deliveries with 1 wicket standing. And that is a tough ask. Sri Lanka will be very, very disappointed with the way they batted. Hussain Talat. We spoke about a spinner bowling, but Pakistan have someone up. Hussain Talat batted brilliantly in that massive partnership that swung the game towards Pakistan. And now the last over.
Good captaincy by Shaheen Shah Afridi, bringing Nasim Shah for the 49th over. Bit of risk was involved in that. And if he didn't pick up a wicket, then what about the last over? Who's going to bowl the last over? Now things are a lot easier. They'll feel that they're home. It's a bit too much for these two batters. And I'm sure Hussain Talat will not give any pace to these batters. He'll look to bowl those off cutters, which he bowls quite nicely. I'm surprised that he didn't bowl earlier. I guess because of the over rate and they were behind. They were trying to bowl the spinners quickly and stay in there, but still they were late for 4 overs, and that's not good.
Hits it down to deep cover for a single, and in fact they're coming back for 2. Ayush Deekshana wants a strike. But again, looking at the Sri Lankan batting, I mean, if you look at what they were hoping for dew. The dew arrived. Pakistan 4 overs late. They went into the last 4 overs with just 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So there were factors that could have been utilized or exploited by Sri Lanka.
It was that middle part when Haris Rauf was bowling, where he picked up 3 wickets in no time. I think that really damaged the Sri Lankans. That will be called wide. I think losing 3 wickets in the span of 3-4 overs really damaged their momentum. Things were looking very calm, collective. They were going quite strongly at that stage, but Haris Rauf was just superb. He bowled fast, he bowled with smartness, swung the ball.
Hussain Talat again. Well, I can tell you that Ayush Deekshana is swinging to the hills, swinging at everything, and Hussain Talat's going wider and wider. Swinging at everything, and Hussain Talat's going wider and wider. Those 3 wickets of Kamil Mishara and Kusal Mendis of consecutive deliveries, and then Pathum Nissanka. So that was the time that Pakistan dented that Sri Lankan momentum. And again, the wicket of LANKA. And he's really throwing his bat this time, and he's got a boundary. Well, Deeksana is trying hard. He's going to go down fighting here.
Still, this game is on. It's not done yet. Still 3 balls remaining, 13 runs. Yes, this coming delivery is very, very important, very crucial. Still tension in the dugout. Still hope in this dugout. 13 of 3. With a fielder extra inside the circle. There are gaps. Need to hit a boundary. This is an important delivery.
Goes over the top. He's going to get a boundary. That's another one. So it's 9 of 2 now.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Suddenly, from nowhere, they bounce back. And it is that man, Deeksana. He's on 19 of 16. Wow, what a game we had. He's still not done. He's moving all over the place and then looking to swing the bat. Edgy, but they'll take it. No issues there with the fielders inside the circle. There are gaps. Eyes lit up.
Can he get another boundary of this ball? 2 boundaries of 2. That would be a tie. But they need a boundary. This is a very important delivery in the context of the game. 9 of 2, 8 to tie. And it's a dot. It's a dot. So Pakistan will feel safe, barring a no ball. I think Pakistan are safe here.
Sometimes I don't understand why batters play these sort of shots, especially when you're a late order batsman or a tail ender. Just go in front of you, look to hit straight. The ball is not doing much. With that cheeky shots, or miss it, and that's what happened. Only no ball can keep Sri Lanka in the. Only no ball can keep Sri Lanka in the game now.
Hits it firmly, and that is the game. They'll come back for 2, but it doesn't matter. They needed 9 runs of 1 ball. They got 2, so Pakistan win by 6 runs. A very close game. Sri Lanka fought hard, took the game almost down to the wire, and 293 for 9 is what Sri Lanka finally ended up in 50 overs.
So many ups and downs in this. So many ups and downs in this first game of 3 ODI series. Great performances, some great bowling. Excellent 100 by Salman Ali Agha. Sri Lanka bowled really, really well with the new ball. Batting was a little shaky in the middle. Came back nicely at the end with Asaranga's 59. But this man, his spell was important. When things were cruising for Sri Lanka, R.S. Rauf came in and bowled a spell which took the game away from Sri Lanka in that period. And then Pakistani bowlers kept on putting pressure, kept on picking out wickets, and at the end winning the game by 6 runs.
Pakistan had their moments, so did Sri Lanka, but eventually Pakistan prevailing. And a very
go and make 70, 80 or 100. Hasaranga came right at the end, scored 59 or 52, gave a little hope to the Sri Lankans, but it was a little too late.
Well, that has been Sri Lanka's problem. Many starts, but nobody really making it big, and even partnerships. Just the 85 runs for the opening, and then some partnerships, the best being 57, but nothing really big to try and help Sri Lanka to get over the line. Pakistan bowling, well, Haris Rauf, head and shoulders above the rest, 4 for 61. Fahim also played a part. Nawaz 1 for 48. And a good support from the rest of the bowlers.
Maybe a little expensive, 4 for 61, but he'll take it. Is the middle spell where he picked up 3 wickets, made a huge difference in winning this game. Let's have a look at the highlights. This is how they started. Sri Lanka, Salman Ali Agha dropping Nisanka early on in the game, and then that spell from Haris Rauf really made the difference. I enjoyed the batting by these two openers. Catch taken by Shaheen there with the bowling of
from Nasim Shah, and then that one coming to Mendes. The ball staying down, and Shamira just looking to play that glory shot, caught and bowl. And Vanidu Hasaranga, who tried hard and very nearly single-handedly took Sri Lanka towards the target, caught in the deep, and Pakistan eventually winning by 6 runs. Right, so that's how the game ended. Pakistan 299 for 5, courtesy that 100 of Salman Agha, 105, good support from the rest of the batting. And Sri Lanka made 293 for 9, handing Pakistan a 6-run win in the opening game of this Tri-Nation series. So we're going to take a short break, and when you come back, it will be the post-match presentation.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
Right ingredients, right treatment, 100%. तो करें dandruff का software update with Hello Hair Anti-Dandruff Shampoo. Confidence 100%.
गोल्डन पर्ल ब्यूटी क्रीम अब न्यू पैक और एडेड ग्लूटा सीरम के साथ बात बन जाए.
Wear your attitude. Darren Sami by Oscar Ali.
Meet new Light and Glow BB Cream. Hydrates, skin को brighten and even tone करे, oil absorb करे, shrinks pores और दे full coverage makeup look all day. Light and Glow BB Cream.
Hello Hair Anti-Dandruff Shampoo. Tea tree और mint oil से dandruff खत्म, itch removed, palm moisturized और scalp refreshed. Hello Hair Anti-Dandruff Shampoo. Right ingredients.